sound away? It's my- Good evening, everyone. Tonight is Tuesday, December 17th, 2024, and this is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Beverly Planning Board. I just want to give people an overview, quick overview of how the night will progress. Within a minute or so, this board is going to leave and go into executive session on a legal matter that we cannot discuss in the open public. We anticipate that executive session will be no more than 5-10 minutes at the most. And we'll do that right after I finish this. After that, we'll move on to the A&R plans. Do we have any? We don't have any, right? All right, then we'll move on to 50 Bald Street. After 50 Bald Street is, we'll have discussion, continued public hearing on the open space, the OSRD plan at 184-186 Hart Street. After that, we will recess for public hearing, and we'll have a public hearing on 8183 Hale Street. And then we will continue the public hearing on 0 Trask Lane. That is not the end of our meeting, but I'm just trying to give you all a sense of what direction we're heading in. So with that being said, our first agenda item is to go into executive session regarding Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 17, appeal of the planning board's granting of the special permit. The lawsuit's entitled Briska et al. Versus the City of Beverly Planning Board, docket number 2477CV01218. I would welcome a motion for us to move into executive session, and with the idea that we will return here to an open meeting afterwards.
So move.
Oh, I got a motion by Beckwith, second by Flannery. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Madam Chair, if I may. Sorry, Assistant City Solicitor Beverly. Couple things. One, you need to declare the reason for the executive session, which is on the agenda. And as chair, you need to declare that you need the executive session because having an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the planning board. And finally, it needs to be a roll call vote.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Do we do anything right?
You made a motion.
So I have to declare why. What was your second one, attorney?
And the why is the 21A3. As the chair, you need to make a declaration as to whether or not the open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the public body. And then it has to be a roll call vote.
All right. Let's try this again then. So I would welcome a motion for us to go into executive session regarding Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 48, Section 17. It's the appeal of the planning board's grant of the special permit in the matter of Briska et al. Versus the City of Beverly Planning Board, docket number 2477CV01218. We're doing this pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30, Section 21A, subsection 3. This is an exemption which allows us to go into a closed executive session regarding litigation strategies. And we do so in the belief that an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the city's and this board's litigating position. And we have so declared that. How's that? Thank you.
So move.
All right. Second by Flannery. Is there discussion? All in, roll call. I caught it just on the, Sarah Bartley?
Yes.
Ellen Flannery?
Yes.
Marcus Glynn? Yes. George Gomes?
Yes.
Nathaniel Lewis?
Yes.
Wayne Miller? Yes. Derek Beckwith?
Yes.
Ellen Hutchinson, yes. All right, we are going to excuse ourselves and move into one of the other rooms. No members of the public can join us. As I said, we expect to be 5 to 10 minutes, no more than that. So we'll be back.
Couple of housekeeping things before the planning board moves in there. This meeting is being recorded and it is will be available on BevCam as well as a Google Meet for remote participation. And there was something else I wanted to say, I can't remember now. Oh, there are sign-up lists on the lectern, the clerk's desk, and over on that side for public speaking for if you're here to speak about 184, 186 Hart Street or 0 Trask Lane.
Okay, I'd welcome a motion, please, to resume our meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second? Seconded by Flannery. Sorry, George, I missed you down that end. Any discussion? All right, we'll do it by roll call, just to be safe. Sarah Bartley?
Yes.
Ellen Flannery?
Yes.
Marcus Glenn? Yes. George Gomes?
Yes.
Nathaniel Lewis? Yes. Wayne Miller? Derek Beckwith?
Yes.
Ellen Hutchinson, yes. All right, so we are back.
We will not need roll call anymore.
Yes, thank you. Okay, our next agenda item for those keeping score at home is number 4. It is a modification request, modification of site plan review number 165-24 for the property at 50 Balt Street. They wish to increase the number of units from 52 to 59 and increase the building height from 50 to 53. As per usual, we have to make a determination first as to whether or not this is a minor modification. If we deem it, or a major modification, I should say. If we deem it a major modification, we have to set public hearing. If it's not a major modification, we can move on the merits of this evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Michael Avani. I'm with Cummings Properties,
Address, please, sir?
200 West Cummings Park in Woburn, Massachusetts. With me this evening is Steve Johosky, Senior Vice President of Cummings Properties and General Manager Cummings Center. Again, thanks for having us. As the chair mentioned, we're here seeking a modification to the site plan review. We're in the process, as you may know, of constructing a 5-story subsidized elderly housing building with parking below it at the north end of Cummings Center. It abuts Balt Street. It is in this area right here, Balt Street being there. So let me summarize quickly how we got here. In June of '24, we were before this board, many times before that, but culminating in June of '24 with this board issued a site plan review approval for the project. We had been to zoning board.
Can you stay near the mic?
Yep,
As much
I'm sorry.
as possible. Thank you.
I do a lot of walking in this, you know. We had been to many planning board meetings before, zoning board of appeals meetings, parking traffic meetings, design review board, went through the whole process culminating here in June. In October, we received approval. We went back to the zoning board of appeals and received approval, a minor modification to our special permit and our variance, minor modification to the special permit to increase it to 59 units, and a minor modification to the variance to increase it from 50 feet to 53 feet. So let me start with the height increase. We'd like to increase the building height 53 feet. I just want to tell you right now that the roof structure, the height of the roof does not change, okay? What we've done, what we asked the zoning board of appeals to do, and what we're asking this board now to approve, is we're omitting the berming that was around the building. So this slide shows all the berming, everything in green is what's being omitted as berming. So if you go back here, you can see how on this slide here, it was just earth that was bermed up against the wall. We're gonna take it out. This came about for a couple of reasons, quantity and quality of material on the site, and when we were working with our marketing consultant, Streamline Communities, you know, they felt like the first floor units were felt more like a garden level. Like you'd have like a sill height here, like a concrete sill. It's like partially like if you have a basement room. And they felt like, you know, we could probably do better than that. And that was, okay, well, how do we get rid of that? Now we basically don't have to build a concrete wall all the way up to that height to support the backfill of the earth. That winds up being framed structure. So that was kind of the simple reason for it. And like I said, this is all the area that's being affected. It's really not a lot that's being affected at all. Regarding the number of units, so again, part of our conversations with Streamline, were that, okay, we had some really big units in there. Some larger units and a couple of 3-bedrooms at one point in time. It's like, okay, what's the market? What's really going to drive the market here? So we did not change the footprint of the building. I mean, the length and the depth of the building remain exactly the same. Some of the corners might have been tweaked a little bit, but length, width, exactly the same. We just made modifications inside. As you can see, we had a small unit here and some bigger units on the ends. We've made the end unit a little bigger and made these a little smaller and reconfigured them. It really shows up, though, when you get to the upper levels. So up on the 4th floor and the 3rd floor of the previously approved package, we had no end units, and we were able to get them up there, as you can see here and here. I don't know why that didn't come out colored, but we added units here. So what happened was we got one extra unit on the 1st floor, just squeezing stuff in, and we got basically the 12 units on the 2nd floor remain the same. The 3rd and the 4th floor each got 2 extra units, and then the 4th floor got 2 extra units as well. So we wound up with the 7 extra units, again, in the same footprint. The good thing about the going up from 52 to 59 is it does require that one more, we're going from 8 units to 9 units in the affordable stock. So we get an extra affordable unit in the package. The last thing I wanted to briefly touch on, when you get rid of the berm, it's kind of really unnoticeable from here, but below, instead of seeing concrete or bermed up, it'll be bermed up earth. You would have seen bermed up earth. Now that the facade material goes all the way down, maybe it's easier to see in one of these renderings, but basically it allowed these windows here on the 1st floor to get bigger, and the same landscaping stayed there. I just flattened it. And I'll get into the landscape plan a little further down the road, but it just allowed the windows on the 1st floor to be bigger and not feel as much like I said, a basement apartment. Other than that, the materials, we changed some of the color schemes. We basically went from the brown to the grays. And what happened was we had originally intended to use gray windows here. Our supplier couldn't get us gray windows, so we went to the white windows and felt like the white and the brown didn't work, so we went to a gray scheme. Same material, same composite metal panel and plank and metal plank with the stone on the bottom, but other than that, it stays the same. And this is kind of the rest of the elevations here. We did take the canopy off of over here for the time being. But everything else pretty much stayed the same. Again, the benefit is we got bigger windows in some places. And there's a couple of renderings. Ball Street, northeast corner looking west. Ball Street, northwest corner looking east. And then the south facade, the south rendering. So that's kind of a nutshell of the changes that we're talking about. I do have the whole site plan review set here, that the revised site plan review package that I share with you. Everything stays the same pretty much. I do want to touch on the landscape plan. I wound up adding a few arborvitaes. That was basically it. I think I added 6 arborvitaes. We worked really hard with the design review board on the landscape plan, and didn't derogate from that at all. So that was really important. And I wanted to share that with this board as well. So if you have some specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But that's pretty much.
Derek?
Microphone.
What's that?
Microphone.
Oh, microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I had a few questions, one of which comes to the original purpose of the berm. It's so easy to just whisk it away. Was the purpose of the berm basically so that you could come to us with a request for 50-foot height, and now you have 53? Was there something to do with drainage? What was the purpose of the berm in the first place?
The purpose of the berm in the first place was to use material on site, to not have to truck the material out of there. And we wound up not having as much material as we thought we were going to have.
So finding a location for the fill that
Yeah,
you're...
excess material. And to be honest with you, the berming it's a good question. Berming is a very common way to kind of have a taller building and mathematically make it shorter. As an architect, we've done it many times. It's not ideal, but in this case here, we wanted to, as we discussed before, we wanted to get 5 stories. The math made it so we had to build so much to make this work, and the 5th story made it, right? So we had to kind of sink the building into the ground a little bit, and berming helped that. Here, I don't have the material. It's not as good of a building with the berm, so we opted to see if we could eliminate it. And we did bring it to the zoning board of appeals, and they understood, and they were fine with it as well.
Okay. In
But
terms of-
nothing with the drainage,
Okay.
nothing at all.
In terms of the number of units, I know our decision here at first anyway is minor, or is this a major modification or
Right.
not? It seems to me that adding more than 10% of a number of units is fairly significant. What's the breakdown now compared to before in terms of the size of the units?
They range from,
Well, the numbers, I'm curious, and with that, my question also is, what are the numbers in terms of the size of the units set aside for affordable housing, since we have an extra one?
right, so the affordable housing question is an easy one. They have to be evenly distributed, right? You can't just say, okay, y'all get, the 1-bedroom ones are all gonna be affordable. Can't be like that. It has,
I understand.
it has
that.
to be spread.
When I'm asking, what's the actual number? How many 2-bedroom, how many 1-bedroom for the affordable housing units?
It's a good question. We haven't gotten that far yet. So we have to work with the consultant to determine which ones are gonna be. I would suspect there are gonna be probably, out of the 9, I would say,
Well, if
7
it's
of
in
them will probably be 2-bedrooms, and 6 or 7 will be 2-bedrooms, and probably 2 to 3 will be 1-bedrooms.
Okay, so if it's in proportion to what we have as the baseline, how many 1-bedrooms are there now in the project, and how many 2-bedrooms are there?
Give me 1 second, let me find that page. It's listed on the, it's on the architectural plans, all right. See if I can zoom in there. Sorry, I can't read it.
Is that upper right? Okay. Okay, I missed that.
Unit breakdown is, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 1-bedrooms, and the rest of them will be 2-bedrooms. So realistically, probably not more than 1 or 2 of the 1-bedrooms will be affordable.
So.
And the
same-
rest will be 2-bedroom affordable units.
Okay, so either 7 and 2, 7.
Probably
2-bedroom.
likely 7 and 2 based on the mix.
Okay. All right. And then in terms of, how many extra parking spaces now do you have for the project?
So we didn't really add any parking spaces here theoretically. It had always been set up that there were gonna be parking spaces on the site. There's gonna be parking space in the garage, and then parking spaces, you can see let me go to this plan here. So this plan here, none of this really changed. It's always gonna be the same. So, right, for the extra spaces that we'll need, we'll wind up having an agreement that they can use these spaces and the spaces in garage, just like we did in the past and just like we've done at Elliott Landing.
Okay, my memory
And there
was
was
that, in terms of, some people are gonna have 1 car, how many cars per unit do we have in this?
So we have to, theoretically, it should be designed for 2.
Yep, that's
So
right.
we'll have, there'll be 118 spaces at least available for these folks. As you know, there's more than ample parking on the site there.
And wasn't there some talk of every unit having at least 1 spot that was closer to the building, or
Yep.
designated spot?
Yep. So
Okay.
there's spaces in the garage and then these spaces here. Before you get your second space, everybody will get one of these spaces as their first space. And then their second space will be either here or they'll have access to the garage.
Okay, and they're designated, but you haven't figured that out yet?
No, we haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay.
But that hasn't changed from the last time we were here, if that's,
I just remember there was specificity in terms of, people having some assigned spaces, and there was how do people get chosen for garage, non-garage, close to the building, things like that? And I was wondering, with 7 more units, 14 more spaces in theory, how you were handling that?
Yeah, there's more spaces in the garage and on the surface than there are units, so everybody will at least get one in the garage and in the front here.
Okay.
All set? Other questions? Sir, could I ask you to pull up the, you had some comparisons, what was
The floor
previously
plans?
approved
Yep.
and what you're proposing?
The plans?
No, the views.
Sure. Sure, there's the north elevation. Which one would you like to see?
We could start with that. So it looks to me that there's been a lot added to the proposed modification. Looks like there's, are those balconies or are they just windows?
So these were tall windows. They're gonna be sliders with just a Juliet balcony there so that people can open them up. So just to let a little more light and air into the space. The balcony, there was a balcony here. Balconies actually got moved in some of these. Let me go back to the plans. So, we can start here. There's a balcony here in the corner. There's a balcony here. Okay, so the balcony stays there. That balcony in the previously approved one is right there. That one's right there. Go down to the bottom. That one stays there. That one's there. That one's been omitted and becomes a Juliet balcony, because one of the things we talked about was not everybody potentially would want a balcony, so we just eliminated that row of balconies. And so we had some diversity, and that balcony's right there. And then it just happens that in some of these rooms that you saw, the bedrooms, there were just some opportunities to put bigger windows with the Juliet balcony. It's as much jewelry as it is anything to break up the facade a bit.
Okay, can you go back, please?
Sure can. Oh, sorry, wrong way. Oh, right there.
And the color scheme has changed. Am I
Yes,
correct in that?
yes, and as I mentioned, we had, our original plan was to use gray windows, and it worked with the, kind of the brown color scheme quite nicely, but our supplier can't get us the gray windows, so we're gonna go with the whites. They were always gonna be double hung windows, as you can see in here. So we're just gonna use white windows, and we didn't feel that worked all that wonderful with the brown, so we kinda lightened up the scheme into grays to be a little more, I don't know, I hate to say it, but a little more like coastal.
Okay, and the windows on the top floor are smaller, they look like?
Yeah, we originally were thinking about, transom windows on top, but we decided that that's something that's a challenge to get from this manufacturer, so we eliminated them.
Could you show us another slide like this one?
Sure can. So there's the south elevation that faces into Cumming Center.
Okay.
And again, I had mentioned in my opening that we did eliminate the small little patio that we had over the driveway.
Okay.
And this one here with the shading's probably a little more representative of the colors.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Wayne?
I'd like to give you an opportunity to, thanks. Just like to give you an opportunity to make your case that these are in aggregate, this is a minor modification.
Okay, thank you. Why is it a minor modification? I think it kind of boils down to, the building didn't change. The size of the building didn't change. We made some reconfigurations inside of it. We did add some units. We have gone to parking and traffic with this. And it basically adds less than two AM and PM peak hour trips, right? So 2 in the afternoon, 2 in the morning, I think it was less than that. We went through it with both other boards. They both felt like, okay, in aggregate, adding the units, changing the height of the building by just removing the berm. We weren't raising the roof level of it at all. Both other boards that we went in front of felt like, okay, this was minor. So we took those cues and said, okay, we think it's minor. I mean, we were thinking it was minor anyway, right? Because I haven't changed the size of the building. Footprint of the building hasn't changed. Still the same length, still the same depth. So that's kind of what we were thinking. The impact on the traffic is de minimis. The visual impact is by removing the berm. No one would have, 99 out of 100 people wouldn't have noticed that. So we felt like it was minimal.
Other questions, Wayne?
No, thank you.
Just a quick question, if I could. When you're talking about the other boards you went to, you're talking about the zoning board?
Correct. So before we came back in front of this group
Yeah.
with this package, we first went to the zoning board of appeals to see, I mean, again, because if they weren't gonna approve the height, we couldn't have brought it here, right? And they also gave us a special permit for the units. They were the board that had they were the permit granting authority for what's actually called subsidized elderly housing, right? So we went in front of them, had the same exact conversation with the zoning board of appeals. Their only comment was, hey, can you just run this through the parking and traffic to make sure this has no negative impact? Absolutely. So we went to the Parking and Traffic Commission, sat with them, had a conversation. Both boards, so parking and traffic felt it didn't have any negative impact. Great. They wrote a recommendation letter to the zoning board of appeals. We see it as we support this minor modification. Zoning board of appeals, both of these major things saw it as a minor modification, and that's why we presented it to you as such.
Derek, did you have a question?
Yeah, in terms of the addition of, 12% or whatever it is, in terms of the increase in unit size. So does that add 7 kitchen outfits, 7 bathrooms, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
And what sort of impact does that have any impact at all on the infrastructure of the building in terms of the need for the sewer systems? Have you talked to engineering to make sure they're comfortable with the addition of the units or anything like that?
So we haven't shared this we haven't shared this directly with engineering. I would say, in my experience, 7 bathrooms and kitchens is going to have a de minimis effect on the overall. We don't have to resize the sewer system that our internal sewer systems that we're building. We're not resizing the internal water system. It's the same size pipes. So I would say there's probably 0 impact on that.
No impact.
Okay, of course, there's more, but not enough to suggest it's anything short of minor.
Okay. I just did a couple calculations while you were talking, and in terms of the affordable housing, the number of affordable units for this, if it's holding with the same percentages, which is 91.5% two-bedroom, 8.47%, or let's call it 8.5% one-bedroom. So it would be 8 two-bedroom apartments affordable and 1 one-bedroom
Okay.
apartment.
Fair enough, thank you.
Ellen, did you have a question?
Madam Chair, Mr. Fahey, is there a reason why you didn't come before the Design Review Board?
I was figuring this is the first step, and then, we submitted the package. If we have to go back in front of the design review board, we're going back in front of the design review board. But we felt like, okay, we're just trying to follow the logical steps. Typically, we don't go in front of the design review board before we come here first, and then you folks send it there. So, but for the color changes, I don't know that there's a lot. I think the focus of the design review board, in my recollection, was, actually, some people didn't like the brown, but it was the landscape that was really the focus of the design review board. And you can compare the numbers, nothing has changed. I just dropped it all down.
Sarah? It's a little fickle.
Well, maybe
Okay.
you should switch it with somebody when no one's looking.
I'll switch it with Ellen when she's not looking. So this may be a question for, I don't know who this is a question for. The thing that I noticed as seeming more different besides the color was sort of the location of balconies there, and location of specific elements seemed different, like they're just like over missing, like, yeah, like when you look at this, they're where the stone is, where the balconies are on the side. I mean, those do seem different. Are those things design review considers? Is that something that's important to put in front of design review, or is that not typically something they focus on?
Since this is before the board right now is a minor modification request, it wouldn't go before the design review board unless the planning board specifically requested it go before the design review board. If it's deemed to be a major modification, that's basically a resubmittal of a site plan with the public hearing, so then it would absolutely go to the design review board. But to answer your question, yes, those are things that the design review board does look at.
So the question before us is, do we want the design review board's input on those particular items?
That seems like a fair question, yeah.
Okay. Do we?
Yes?
Well, I want to know one thing. Are there any other things we should be looking at in terms of, with all due respect, you kind of glossed over all of these changes. You were talking about the berming and the change in the height, and all of a sudden, we're looking at different colors and balconies. So I'd like to know, if we're looking at other elevations, is there anything else here that's changed?
The theme stayed the same all the way through, right? The colors changed, some of the balcony locations changed. I mean, these are the four elevations. We've looked at this one, we looked at this one, we talked about what's changed here. Yeah, some of the stone got carried differently in different places. And the balconies moved from the end to the side, and from the short end to the long end, and a couple, from here to here. Absolutely. These are the kind of, architectural changes that we made. The roof edge, yeah, besides this little angled piece, there isn't really all that much. There's still some play in here. These little pieces these little low pieces maybe got truncated here, but, I mean, as I mentioned, the top of the steel didn't move. We didn't raise the parapet or anything, we just tweaked the roof edge. But none of it's any taller than it was before. The same kind of contemporary, although the colors are different, right? But it still has that same contemporary kind of flat roof look here. This is a little pitched, but these are flat. Yeah, there's definitely some visual carryover, some visual changes.
Sarah?
So I'll go out on a limb and say the addition to the number of units, to me, everything about this seems minor, except potentially the design pieces. It does not, I am on board to say that the increase to the number of units, that's an interior change. And so to me, it doesn't seem like a significant enough change to be a major modification. I'm just gonna go on a limb and share my view. Not being a member of the design review board, I feel a little bit uncomfortable making the decision to not allow them to have input, and so would like to hear how others feel about that. I don't know that I know whether that's a significant number of design changes or not a significant number of design changes. So I think I could be persuaded, so I'd be curious to hear from others.
Other thoughts? Marcus?
Got it, okay. I wanted to kind of go back a little bit, talking about the utilities, what we're drawing from the power grid, we're drawing from the water main. I didn't do the math, 12% increase in house and rooms? And is that, I guess, would be my question, between, what is minor, what is major? Is 12% a major modification? And what we're drawing from the water main, the electricity, all the utilities, sewer, drainage, whatever.
So, again, good question. We had to commit to the utility, the electric service, well before we got to this point. So we didn't change the request for service size. So the service size stayed the same, that had capacity, right? You're exactly right. The water line did not change. We put that 6-inch water line in months ago, over the summer, so that we weren't working in the street during school season. So that hasn't changed, right? The math still works. Still getting the same amount of water. Will there be more storage? Yep, there'll be 10 more or 9 more units that have sewage. Again, we didn't change any of the size of the pipes that go out, so it's just more.
I guess, had there been any calculations done in terms of like from the civil, any civil team about the increased volume in any of those utilities?
So we worked with our plumbers and our plumbing engineers on the water size. So that didn't change. Like I said, the electrical, there was enough amps that we're gonna go through there anyway. I mean, you're not designing for a full load on the electrical system anyway, right? There's a redundancy factor and a concurrency factor that goes with that we don't have any issue with. Be happy to sit down. I'll be happy to have a conversation with the city engineer if they feel that the extra 9 units are gonna have a deleterious effect on the sewer, but my experience, I don't think it's gonna.
Do you have a bedroom count change? Like how many bedrooms you had before previous to how many you have now with the addition?
I have that, Ken.
Okay,
It was 106 to 110.
okay.
Thank you.
I'm
had a good
counting
one.
bathrooms too, it's fun. If I may, sorry, I know
course.
I just jumped in there. Given that we are working on the same footprint, we're, using the interior space a little bit differently, and I, understand that that definitely has impacts on services. I do think that when you look at 4 extra beds in a 5-story building, it's not a huge amount, and really what we're talking about is the walls between units are being set up a little bit differently. I take people's point, I guess, on the exterior modifications as well. Personally, my least favorite part of what we do here sometimes is trying to be design police, because I don't know what it adds. All due respect to the design review board, because I know you guys do good work over there. To me, that doesn't rise to the level of needing to completely restart this process again. That's just my thought.
Thank you, George. Marcus, I would just add one thing. There's never been a definition of what is a major modification and what isn't. It's very subjective. I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a story, I think it was Justice Potter Stewart of the United States Supreme Court. When he was talking, they had a pornography case in front of him, and he said, "I don't know how to define it, but I know it when I see it." And it's kind of like that with modifications in this board. There's no real definition to it, but you kind of come around to it, you know it when you see it, sort of thing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was asking you specifically because I think if you did have to change, the size of the pipe, you can go back and change that. If you did have to do all these extra things, it would be a major modification. But if you're saying that you don't have to do that, I think that aspect at least is minor.
Consistent with minor.
Wayne?
Yay. I think we're coming to the same conclusion here, that it's probably a minor modification, but that we would like to have the design review board review it. How do we affect that?
Well, if it's a minor modification, then we move on the merits of it tonight. Unless,
You can make a motion to continue the matter to the next meeting pending the input of the design review board.
So moved.
You wouldn't act on the,
we wouldn't act on it
you wouldn't
tonight.
act on it tonight.
I actually like it more now, the proposed modification.
Thank you very much.
I like the coloring of it, I like the addition.
Will you come to the design review board with me then?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Flannery?
as the Design Review Board representative, I appreciate and concur with your observation. I much prefer what you presented this evening, gentlemen. However, I would have preferred you at least address the Design Review Board
We're happy
with the
to.
changes that were done prior to knowing you were requesting a minor modification, but those changes wouldn't have come to us unless it was a major modification. Am I correct, Madam Chair? Mr. Clausen? Yes. And knowing you went to the ZBA for the purpose you did, Mr. Avini, and I understand that, but also parking and traffic, that my wish would have been we were included in that.
So I apologize for that, and I will say this, we fully expected that this was going to be the conclusion, to be quite honest with you. I don't know the process. We submitted a package. The planning department gave us direction. Again, no disrespect to the design review board at all. Like I said, we fully expected that this was going to be the conversation, and it's not an issue with us.
This is the correct process.
I understand, Mr. Clausen.
They went to the Parking and Traffic Commission at the request of the ZBA. They didn't go
Exactly.
independently.
Exactly.
So they're not skipping the DRB
Oh, no,
or
I'm not
anything
inferring
like
that they did, but I, just knowing the changes, that's what I questioned, Mr. Clausen. Thank you.
George?
I just want to revise my math for the record. It's 107 to 114 on bathrooms, 106 to 113 on bedrooms.
Okay. So are people comfortable making a decision as to whether or not this is a major modification or not?
I am, Madam Chair.
And if I'm reading the room correctly, and it sounds like people are on board with it not being a major modification, do people still then want it to go back to DRB before we take a final vote on the merits?
Yes, I do, and if it requires it to be major to get there, then,
It doesn't?
No.
okay. If it doesn't, then fine.
that. You can make a motion to deem it a minor, not vote to approve. You can make a decision that it's a minor, then
And
make
then
a,
continue the
then
matter.
continue the matter, not making a final decision to approve. You can send it to DRB pending
Okay, and when is DRB meeting next?
January 9th,
January 9th,
When do we meet next?
January 15th.
15th.
Okay, so then you would be meeting before us?
Yes.
Okay, I would, if people are all set with questions, I would welcome a motion on this.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before we do that, I guess, I was on the line, is it major, is it
Yep.
minor? Had to, touch the elephant with my blindfold on and figure out what it was, that sort of thing. But I do have to say, with all due respect, some of these calculations and some of these answers just seem so like you didn't come prepared for some of these questions. And I don't know, I mean, I'm disappointed that there wasn't a hard count until George did it on the kitchens, bathrooms, that sort of thing, bedrooms. There wasn't a hard count on, or a decision on to where the assigned parking places were gonna be. There wasn't an assigned decision on the affordable housing units. To me, it just goes to, and we're looking at the picture ourselves saying, oh, what, are those balconies there? And, that sort of thing. So to me, I'm feeling like we didn't get an A-level presentation on what the changes actually are in the packet. So I really do support this going to the Design Review Board.
Okay, thank you. I'm open for a motion on the matter, please. Anybody?
On minor or major?
Oh, I get Ms. Flannery over there, yep.
Madam Chair, I move to deem the request for modification to site plan review 50 Ball Street as minor.
All right. Is there a second on the motion? Seconded by Mr. Gomes. Discussion on the motion? Oh, yes,
Do we need findings for that?
no.
We don't need findings.
But I appreciate you being concerned, given our conversations about findings. Okay, so I have a motion by Flannery, second by Gomes. Discussion? Yes, Wayne?
I just want to weigh in to say that, and maybe this is for the benefit of the public, but I'm not basing this decision on whether I like it or I don't like the improvements. It's just on whether or not, in that very subjective world, it's minor or it's major.
Yeah,
That's all.
Anything else? Oh, I missed George.
I just put my hand up. The staff report mentions we should have suggested conditions of approval. Is that?
But we're not
We're not
approving
approving.
it. I'm just deeming it a minor modification.
Yep, sorry.
Anything else? Okay, all in favor of deeming this a minor modification? All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Should we move to continue this to our January 15th meeting?
Move to see if you want it to go to DRB.
Yes. that's a good-
Well then, okay. I welcome a motion on that matter.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I make a motion that we ask the applicant to bring the project before the Design Review Board for their assessment in their January 7th meeting,
January 9th, I think.
9th?
All righty.
Sorry.
Is there a second, please? Seconded by Flannery. Discussion? All in favor?
Sarah, excuse me, Madam
Whoop.
Chair.
Just from a discussion perspective,
Yes.
I don't know if we're asking them for their. We're not asking them for their assessment, we're asking them for their input, is that correct? We're not asking them to make an assessment, we're asking them for their input to
Right.
be given to the.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'd be the same process as if this was
Right.
under a site plan.
Yeah,
They'll make
I
a
just don't
they'll
know if
make
the
a
language we're
recommendation
using
to
is
the planning
important.
board.
So I just wanted to be clear, okay.
Yeah.
sure. All right, so we have a motion and a second, correct? All right, any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed, motion passes. And I think we have to then continue this to our January 15th meeting. Thank you, Ms. Flannery. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by, who are you, Derek? Mr. Beckwith. Discussion? All in favor? All opposed, motion passes. Thank you. So we'll see you back here next month.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, our next, whoops,
Stop presenting if you can, if you're still in a meeting, if you shut down, it should stop.
That'll do it. Stopped. Thank you so much.
There we go.
all right, our next agenda item is number 5, the continued public comment period on the concept plans for the OSRD, which is Open Space Residential Design, for the application number 12-24 for the property located at 184 and 186 Hart Street. The applicant is CS Hart Street LLC.
Good evening, Bob Griffin on behalf of Ryan Carvalho, RC Enterprises. Mr. Carvalho's in the audience. And I think we're here tonight to discuss the ABC determination, which of the options that we've presented is the planning board's preferred plan. Most of you have had a chance to do a site walk with us in the middle of November. There's been no requests for plan changes, so I don't really have a presentation to go over in that regard, but I did bring the PDF file with the existing conditions plan and the 3 options to refresh our memory a little bit. You may recall that we have about 11 acres of land with some wetlands in the middle. I think we have a couple of acres of wetlands proper, and then another acre of no disturb zone around those wetlands. A little less than half an acre of slopes that are steeper than 20% on the property, which leaves us with approximately 8 acres of buildable land. The open space residential design regulations, require, 50% open space of the buildable portion of the property, and approximately, well, it requires 50% of the total tract to be set aside as no disturb zone. So all 3 of these options will meet those criteria. Option A is the one that we happen to prefer, but it would involve saving that existing large residence that you remember on the parcel. That's of the 2 residences, it's significantly larger, it has a detached garage. And then it would involve replacing 184. That was the smaller structure to the left as you were looking at 186 from the street. Option A also had 2 additional single-family houses with driveways out onto Hart Street. And then to the north of the property, or to the north of that large building, to the right as you're looking at it from the street, there was there was 3 single-family houses with a common driveway in that sort of open field area, just again to the north of that large building. And one of the nice things about option A and option C, for that matter as well, is that the plan provides a relatively large, that's the existing conditions. Let's go to the next plan if we can, please, Ken. Thank you. The open space parcel, which again is about, it's more than 50% of the buildable land. In this case, it's about 63%, but this shaded area here is all open space. It has the wetlands in the middle of it. These little blobs down the lower left are the mounds of dirt that we speculated were associated with pond construction. And then we have some land that's controlled by green belts on the sides of the property. And we also have, I think, access off of Dyer Road to this open space parcel. So depending on who ends up controlling the open space parcel and what characteristics the open space has in regards to public access, it certainly would be convenient from that point of view. Again, so here's the, lot number 3 would be the replacement for the existing 184. So basically in the same location. Lot 4 has the existing large residence here. That's number 186 Hart Street. Here's our 3 single-family house lots served by a common driveway running along the north of the property here. And then we had 2 new single-family houses with driveways accessing out onto Hart Street. So that was our 7 lots. 7 lots was the yield plan number, and that's the number of single-family residences shown in all 3 of the concepts. I'll just sort of quickly go into concept B here. Concept B doesn't have the same contiguous nature of the open space that option A had. You can see we, again, have 2 single-family house lots with driveways onto Hart Street here. There is an existing building, 184, in the open space area, so whoever holds the open space could determine what they want to do with that building or perhaps raise the building, but we sort of left that up as an open question at this point. And then you can see we have about a 450-foot long cul-de-sac. It's a 40-foot wide right-of-way, 24 feet of pavement, I think approximately 100-foot diameter cul-de-sac at the end. That's the paved portion, serving 5 buildings. So a replacement building for 186 here, 1, 2, 3 along the north side, and then 1 sort of tucked into the back as well, again, providing 7 lots total. And then Lot C is sort of similar to Lot A. It really is, Concept C is similar to Concept A. You can see the open space is pretty similar. I think it's, slightly more open space actually in C than in A, but again, all of the options meet the requirements for open space and no disturb zone. But you can see we have a small little stub roadway providing access to these 3 houses at the bottom instead of them having driveway access onto Hart Street. We replace 184 with another single-family house. We save 186 here on Lot 5, and we have 2 additional single-family house lots in the field area. Concept A, as you may recall, had 3 single-family house lots. We've received some comments from a few of the city departments at this point. We had a letter from the Conservation Commission prior to our first hearing, basically saying that their preferences were A, then C, then B. I think that's probably similar to the way we feel about it. There was a letter from the Open Space Commission recently that indicated that their preference was option A. The other city comments that we've received so far, the Board of Health had some general comments about nothing really option specific, but the typical Board of Health comments about watching out for hazardous materials, controlling dust, controlling rodents, and things like that. And lastly, we had some communication from the engineering department asking us to clarify some the easement provisions. So you can see option C and option A both have a common driveway that comes across this hatched area here. This is an easement on the adjacent parcel that specifically has, is intended for vehicle and pedestrian access. And so the engineering department wants us to make sure that the common driveway can cross the easement as we've shown. again, both with option A and with option C. So we're happy to address that. They asked us to clarify in concept B, if we could go to the next one, please. This house right here has a driveway coming off of the new roadway, and it also, there's an existing driveway that comes off of Hart Street, and our intention would be to eliminate the driveway off of Hart Street. So that's just a clarification that we'll make at some point. They want us to check site distance along the driveways on Hart Street. We're happy to do that. And they wanted to note that option C had no obvious provisions to turn around large vehicles at the end of the stub roadway. So I think that sort of summarizes the city comments. I'd be happy to address any of these questions about the city comments or your questions at this time.
Questions?
Start. Real quick to clarify, this is not a public hearing. This is a public comment period, so public comment is still available. So if anyone wishes to speak, there will be the opportunity for that.
Questions? Derek?
When I'm looking at concept A, and looking at 186, and there's a double driveway there, a loop driveway.
Yep.
Would that need to have two entrances onto, two curb cuts onto Hart Street, or could one suffice there?
So I think we could consider reducing it from 2 to 1. Right now, the house has 2. It has, one in front of the accessory garage, and then the other one that brings you up to the front door. It's possible that we could come up with a design that only has 1, but we haven't really given that much thought yet.
I was just the thinking behind that was, in terms of the discussions and some of the concerns that have been raised in terms of curb cuts onto Hart Street, if that was an opportunity to eliminate one, then.
Certainly something we can consider.
Other questions? From a safety perspective, which concept plan do you consider to be the safest for anybody buying any one of these 7 houses?
So I think all of the options are safe, but I would point out a couple of things. One is, with both concept A and concept C, we have, I think, 3 houses or 4 houses coming out at approximately this location. The site distance is really very good there in both directions. It's at sort of it's at this curve in the road that allows you a very good visibility towards 128 and towards, in the opposite direction. I guess that would be southeast. In the cases of these single-family houses on lots 1, 2, and 3 here, first of all, there already is a driveway at lot number 3, and there would be 2 new driveways at lot 1 and 2. Now, this is a straight portion of Hart Street, so the site distance is pretty good, again, in both directions here. But more importantly, we've provided a turnaround space on lots 1 and 2 and 3, so that you're coming out onto the street nose first. Nobody's backing out onto Hart Street. Hart Street's a busy road, and you really do need to come out nose first. So for that reason, I think they're all safe.
Could you pull up concept C, please? Does 1, 2, and 3 use the stub road?
That's correct.
And if they're using the stub road, you'd eliminate their curb cuts onto Hart Street?
There would just be the one entrance on to Hart Street for the stub road.
And what's the width of the stub road?
It looks like about a 40-foot wide right-of-way, and it's probably a 20 or 24-foot wide pavement.
What does that mean for fire engine access?
Well, the minimum for a fire access road is 20 feet, so we would certainly be at least 20 feet. As I said, it might be 20 or 24. And I suppose as we do the detailed design, we'd have a discussion with the fire department to make sure that we had adequate width there. We aren't showing a turnaround, and that's certainly part of our proposal. If a large vehicle came into the stub roadway, it would have to back out onto Hart Street. So that is a deficiency, or perhaps a negative aspect as compared to concept A.
Well, what would it take to add a turnaround?
So I'm not sure I see a whole lot of room there to put, a cul-de-sac kind of a thing. It might be possible to get a hammerhead where we put a gravel or, perhaps even a turf block kind of roadway along the western edge of Lot 3. But it's starting to get tight to get 3 houses in that little area and a stub roadway and a large vehicle turnaround. It's crowded.
Yes.
Mr. Griffin, do you know if the length of that stub road necessitates a turnaround based on fire code? Is it short enough that they don't need to, or that it's not required to have a turnaround?
I don't know the answer to that question.
And another deficiency with this concept C is you don't have the required 25-foot buffer at the bottom of lots 1 and 2 next to the houses along Dyer, correct?
That is correct. So we do have a waiver request in several of these options to waive the 25-foot tract buffer in certain portions of the site. So in this area is down here is one of those. So on the south side of lots 2 and 3, given the small size of the lot and the distance that's available, we don't have a tract buffer there. I don't think we have a tract buffer up here in the easement area, but the easement area would probably be crossed by the road anyway, so I'm not really sure that the absence of a tract buffer there makes much difference. But otherwise, it looks like the tract buffer's there where it needs to be for concept C.
And given the size of lot 5 on concept C, is it possible to push up lots 4, 3, 1, and 2 in order to get that 25-foot tract buffer?
So I don't think we can really move lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 northward because we're trying to save lot 5 in that instance. So if we lost the large building on lot 5, then we would have more flexibility to move those things in that direction. And then it starts looking a little bit more like, I was going to say concept B, but not really, I guess. Concept B with the saving 184 or providing 184 to a conservation entity doesn't really solve that problem. And maybe it's really just a situation where if you're trying to get, 3 or 4 lots in this portion of the site, it's really hard to do and, provide the large vehicle turnaround. Both options A and B have, essentially 2 lots down here, and they both have obviously access Hart Street, but it avoids that the space that you have consumed with the stub roadway isn't lost on those 2 options.
Mr. Griffin, I might have missed some of that, because I had the exact same question. If we're looking at lot 5, which looks like it has just under an acre, what is it, 41,934 square feet for lot number 5?
Yeah?
Why is it that we couldn't configure that to a smaller size, increase the lot size for number 4 and 3, and 2 and 1, and basically give the Dyer Street residents that buffer zone,
So,
the buffer tract?
okay, so we have a garage right here and we have a driveway right here that we're trying to maintain for lot 5. So I don't know that we can move lot 4 any further north. We are trying to reuse the existing driveway cut for 184 for lot 4, so that sort of pins that location. And then, so now trying to get 3 houses in, sort of served by a separate roadway sort of puts us where they are.
I
I would also,
assume,
I'm sorry.
I assume your point in moving them north is to both get the 25-foot buffer tract and also to decrease curb cuts to Hale Street? Is that the point?
To
To
Hart
Hart
Street?
Street, sorry.
Yes, having, we were all, you were there for the
Yeah,
walk.
yeah.
I was there, I know a bunch of our colleagues were there. That's a busy street. That's a really busy street. And
So you think,
I wonder, I mean, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a safety engineer, but I wonder if it wouldn't be safer trying to eliminate some of the curb cuts onto Hart Street.
You'd have just as much traffic using the one egress as you would if you had three. It's just that it's in a better spot. Is that what you're thinking? As far as sightlines, it's a better spot for that entry? Because it's not, you're not changing the amount of egresses and entries. You're just putting them in a different spot. Instead of putting them in 3 spots, you're putting them in 1 spot. And you think that's a safer spot, I guess?
Like I said, I'm not a safety engineer.
just-
To me, it feels safer if
Yeah.
everybody's coming out of, not everybody, but 1, 2, and 3 are coming out of one
Yeah.
access point, instead of each of them having their own.
Yeah, I see the point, but I'm not sure that that spot is any better than the other 2.
Right.
And in fact, maybe the north, I don't know this, but maybe the northern spot is the safest of the 3, so why not have 1/3 of the traffic come out the safest spot, which is furthest to the north? And again, that's just speculating. So if we're looking,
So it's further away from the curb, which would make it better.
the south, you mean? I see, okay, so there's a point. Is there any other mitigation or ideas that would allow for concept A to be maybe a little bit safer as far as those entries and exits? What else might be done there, if anything? There's a way for 3 to exit, further south, for instance.
Mr. Griffin, is it correct to say that, like, for 1, 2, and 3, you're only adding curb cuts for 1 and 2, because 3 would be basically the same driveway location as where that existing 184 building is?
That's correct. And I just sort of counted up the curb cuts. So with concept A, you've got 1 up here, your common driveway. There's 2 on the existing lot, so there's 1, 2, 3, so 4, 5, 6 cuts onto Hart Street with concept A, and I think with concept C, there's 5. So there is 1 less on 5, but it's just 1. You got 1 up here, 2, 3, 4.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, that's right. No, there we go. 4 and 5 here. So 6 on A, 5 on C.
So 3 additional compared to what's there now on A, and 2 additional compared to what's there now on C.
That's correct.
In A, there's no way, can you go to A again? There's no way for 1 and 2, for instance, to share a drive?
I don't know that
onto
that's
Hart.
necessarily impossible. It's not part of the layout right now, but, and obviously selling a lot with a common driveway it has significantly less appeal than selling a drop with your own driveway, because you've got to play nice with somebody else, and it's just a fact of life. It makes it a little bit harder.
Yeah.
But that's something that could be considered.
Is there any, I'm just really brainstorming here, I guess, is there any landscaping that would make the sightlines any better than they are currently?
So I think the sightlines are going to get better in all of these cases, because you're going to put a house along Hart Street, you're going to clear a front yard. Right now, there's some scrub vegetation along the street. And so, it's all going to get a lawn, just like you'd have in any other residential house on Hart Street. They all have got nice presence along the street, and I think that would be the case with these new houses as well.
Let me ask you another question, Mr. Griffin. Between concept plan A and concept plan C, does either one of them, how do both plans impact the houses on Dyer?
I think that you could say that concept C has more of a potential impact on Dyer than A.
Is that because of the lack of the tract buffer?
Well, I think there's 2 houses that are along Dyer, whereas the other one, there's just 1 house along Dyer. With A, you have 1 house close to Dyer, and with C, you have 2 houses close to Dyer. That's the difference. And I think the tract buffer is a factor as well. With concept A, we do have the required tract buffer on the Dyer side of Lot 1.
Up on A again, please.
So that's that 25-foot no disturb zone strip provided along the southern edge of Lot 1.
Yeah, it's a fair question. I was on Dyer yesterday, as a matter of fact, and thinking about that. And yeah, one house is less impactful than two.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So in looking at concept A, just hypothetically, if lots 1 and 2 had a shared driveway, lot 3 had the driveway that's existing there right now, and lot 5 went from 2 entry points or curb cuts to 1.
You mean lot 4?
Lot,
Oh, yeah.
no, I mean lot 5. Is this A?
Yes.
It's lot 4 up on the screen.
Did I mix the numbers up? I might have, yeah, I did.
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry about that. No, it's my fault.
So it would be lot 5, right?
Lot 5 on the plan, lot 4 on the presentation
On
sheet.
the slide, yeah.
Okay. The existing
Um,
house.
But that has the 2 driveway locations, but if we were to do that, then what has 3 locations, 3 curb cuts on there right now,
Right.
would have 3 curb cuts.
You'd have 4, including the common driveway.
Well, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Coming up there. I was looking at just these 3, the
Yeah, right, okay.
4 locations in that stretch, so in that section. But also, to your point, I do hear what you're saying about a common driveway for them.
I think that, as I think about this, it does look more residential once you've got this thing going on here. You've got these curb cuts, you've got entryways, you've got cleared yards. I think it looks more like a populated area. I think it will kind of organically, people will drive less quickly down this road. It'll feel like you should be careful of humans. I don't think the advantage of having a shared driveway between 1 and 2 warrants the action. I'm not entirely sure that it's detrimental to have the 3 as indicated. I'm kind of okay with it.
Mr. Griffin, you talked about, or you've requested a waiver to allow lots with reduced area and frontage on a street other than one created by OSRD, right?
Right.
And I think you've referred to this type of a plan as being an A&R style development.
Because we're using Hart Street for the frontage for all of our lots.
In your opinion, does that type of A&R style development keep with the character of the neighborhood?
I think it does, and I think if you go to, I don't know if Ken, I'll bet you if you scroll past the Q&A slide, there's a site context plan down there. One more, maybe? No? There it is. So what I wanted to point out here is, when you look at the Dyer Road neighborhood, you can see that there's, lots that are not, I don't know if they're 100 feet or 125 feet or whatever, but they're, similar layout here, 1, 2, 3, another one there. We're going to have 3 along here, and I think it's just going to look, again, like a part of Hart Street. Now, certainly there are some, rear lots on Hart Street. You can see we've got a rear lot back here, we've got a rear lot back here. So there are, a number of houses along here that have these rear lots. So I think that the 3 lots in the open field aren't all that unusual for this street either. And I don't think we're looking at, development changes that are going to significantly affect the character of the neighborhood.
I don't know, I guess I would suggest that the Dyer Road and the street or the circle that comes after it sets up like its own little development, but then you're now extending that, I don't know if that's northwest or whatever, you're extending it back up Hart Street, creating a less rural aspect to the subject property site.
Well, certainly, the loop, the Adeline Road, the Dyer Road, those lay out like a typical subdivision with the houses facing the subdivision road. But these houses here along Hart Street all face the street. And so, I think it's very similar to what you'll see here. And these houses, I think, aren't really that far away from Hart Street either. They face the street. And I think that's what Wayne was referring to when he's talking about how, once the house is there, the yard is there, the landscaping's in, I think it's going to look pretty normal.
So along Hart Street, the trees, vegetation, everything would be removed for front yards, which would also improve sight distance. And will there be sidewalk added as well?
There's no sidewalk on our plan right now.
When we go to subdivision, do you think there'll be sidewalks added?
It's certainly something that we could discuss, but, our plan as presented does not include an additional site walk along Hart Street. There is a sidewalk, as you may recall, on the opposite side of Hart Street.
Sarah?
In one of the comment letters, I noticed concerns about the need to cross the street and challenges crossing the street. I mean, I've biked and walked and all of that, the street. Cars do move quickly, but lots of people use it for biking and walking. Would those be at what point in this process does parking and traffic weigh in, if at all?
Right now, this is the initial application. We're just approving we're choosing a preferred plan. There's a separate application that comes after this for the actual application, which would also include a site plan and subdivision plan.
So at that point, there will be plenty of opportunity to consider crosswalks and other kinds of.
Correct. Like at this point, I gave it to engineering only because there was a butter comment that I thought engineering should weigh in on. Normally, engineering wouldn't even get started on this because we're just looking at layouts. We're not looking at any kind of final.
It just seemed helpful to point out, given we're starting to get concerns about those types of things, it's good for people to know what the process is going forward and that there will be ample opportunities to consider those sorts of concerns.
Yeah. So it brings the idea, if there's a crosswalk there that goes to the sidewalk on the other side, it's another indicator of drivers that this is a populated area. There's a sidewalk here. Can't come blasting through here at 60 miles an hour.
To be fair, where I live, across from the middle school and high school, they routinely cross in front of me while I'm in the middle of the crosswalk. So, I mean, until we start putting literal flashing lights on the side of the road, I don't know that we'll slow down.
Hale to Brackenbury, same thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes I want to put bricks on either side and pick one up and carry it as I cross.
Part of the subdivision process is an adequacy of ways narrative where some of these issues are absolutely flushed out.
Yeah.
Marcus, did you have something?
Yeah, it's a quick question. Sorry, excuse my ignorance. Is Site B concept B not an option anymore? I only bring that up because I know Madam Chair brought up safety. I think you mentioned something about desirability for potential people moving in. Did that have a cul-de-sac in there?
It's up on the screen.
Yeah. And I haven't eliminated anything, and I don't get to. So,
I move on between A and C a lot. I kind of, I know, I'm not sure your preferred, but when I saw this with the cul-de-sac and get that one entryway in there, similar to the other road, you had the smaller stub road. I'm thinking you got 1, 2, 3, 4 driveways off of that cul-de-sac.
5, yeah.
5 driveways
Yeah.
off the cul-de-sac, sounds pretty safe.
Yeah.
Desirability goes up for, I would think, potential home buyers.
Yeah, I mean, I think B is a realistic alternative. Some of the things that haven't been received as well about B is the fact that the open space is not contiguous to the greenbelt open space area. And, you've got this house sort of tucked into the back behind behind the pond, the vernal pool. So I think that's probably why the Conservation Commission and the Open Space Committee both did not put B at the top of their list.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else before we ask if there's anybody in the public who wishes to make comment? Do we have the list of people?
Nobody signed up, so, but I know there are people that want to speak, so it's going to be treated more like how we normally would treat it.
All right, is there anybody here present who wishes to speak on this? Sure. Your name and address, please, sir?
Michael DiGiuseppe, 208 Hart Street, Beverly. Thank you for hearing me. I have a question first before I get into a couple of comments. I'm the representative of the neighborhood group that signed the petition in opposition to this development, so I've been asked to speak about a couple of things that they're concerned about. I tried to do some research, and I couldn't find any previous open space applications or projects that have been implemented. Has there been any, or is this just?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the first one since 2018.
2018, it's
Yeah.
been quite a while.
Yeah.
There's probably a reason for that. Contrary to what Mr. Griffin said, this section of the road is a problem. It's highly traveled. So what we did is, as a neighborhood group, was we contacted the records office through the police department, and we asked for statistics of the number of infractions, speed infractions, and accidents that occurred between this property and the start of Hale Street, which is about 3/4 of a mile. And I asked them to provide that information for a 5-year period. And I sent the information to Ken, so I think he has that. But what it tells us is that there have been over 30 accidents on this section of road within a 3/4 mile section. And there have been 546 speeding infractions in the same road. That tells me there's a problem there. So we went one step further, and we contacted a traffic engineer. And we said, based on standards, regulations in the state of Massachusetts, if you have this kind of condition, how would you rate the level of service on this road? And they said they would rate it as a D, level of service, because the number of infractions, speeding, and accidents. They said, okay, well, what if there were added, say, 6 curb cuts and 6 or 7 homes? How would that impact the traffic study? He said, well, it's pretty close on a D. It'll probably be rated a F level of service. And I know you haven't gone through that process yet, but if you look at the statistics of what's been happening in Beverly on this road within the 3/4 mile section for the last 5 years, you can see there's a problem there. People are speeding, they're having accidents, and it could be a problem. When you think about safety, or we think about safety, there currently is a sidewalk on one side of the road, which is what Mr. Griffin told you. That's the new sidewalk. It was done, I've been there 28 years, I think it was done about 5-6 years ago. For people that are either living in this community that's being proposed, or the existing community that's there, the school-aged children go to the bus stop, which is on the corner of Dyer Road and Hart Street. So the school-aged children that are going to have to get to that bus stop are going to have to cross over from their curb cut, across to the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street, walk down the road, and cross another curb cut going back. I'm suggesting to you that if it was my grandchildren taking that bus, I would be concerned about that traffic. I don't think it's a safe situation. By allowing this project to proceed under the open space regulation, which I don't think it should be applied in this case, but if you do, what it does is it allows the developer to cut down on their frontage. An R45 zone requires 145 feet of frontage. By giving the developer the relief for the open space, you're cutting it down to about 30 or 40 feet. And in doing so, now within 1,000 square feet, 1,000 linear feet, I should say, you have 10 curb cuts, which are the existing plus the proposed. And the visibility is not good on this road. And the traffic is not good on this road, and people speed on this road. It becomes a terrible situation. You're creating a problem for the community and the residents. The only thing that the planning board is getting from this application is open space. I think that's agreeable from everybody's perspective. You're getting open space. The open space you're getting, basically wetlands. There will always remain wetlands, always controlled by the Concom, and nothing could be built there. So what are you getting? You're getting open space that can't be built upon anyway. You're giving relief to the developer that allows him to reduce the frontage to a level that is unsafe entering that road. You're creating a traffic nightmare. You're creating an unsafe situation for the kids that are going to get into the school bus, and you're creating a host of potential problems. So I don't think in this case the open regulation should apply here, because if you said to the developer, you can do lot 1 and 2, but you have to give me a restricted easement on the wetland area behind you, I'm sure he would do it, because he can't do anything with it anyway. So the second issue that we want to bring up, and that's a safety issue. The second issue that I've been asked to bring up, is Dyer Road. Dyer Road floods. The people on Dyer Road, even though we know we haven't had a lot of rain this season, it's been one of the driest rains on record. In the last event we had only a week ago, people had water in their basements and have water in their yards. And the reason why they got water is because the flow from the neighboring property, 184, directs the water towards Dyer Road. This is a problem for the people on Dyer Road. If you encourage this kind of development and put impervious material, roads, and building on the property, it's only going to increase the runoff onto Dyer Road. You're going to give them a hardship. They're going to reduce their property values. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair for a developer to come in from out of state or out of town and impact the neighbors that have been paying taxes all these years and have it affect their property. I don't think that's a fair thing that this board should do. So, but people on Dyer Road are concerned. Today I sent over a couple of pictures and through Ken, and I asked the board to take a look at them. When you look at, could you put up a concept, I think it's A? Yeah, I think it's A. So unit 1, 2, and 3. 3 is the location of the current cottage on the property. And if you look at the photos I sent you today, you can see that the front of that property is wet. It's so wet that they had to put a wood walkway in order to get into the house. They have a pump down the basement that pumps water. In my opinion, and I think most wetland scientists will agree, that's wetlands. So we think the way that it was documented here is not represented properly. You're showing a house, you're showing both houses 2 and 3 being built, and the dark line is the buffer, the wetland buffer. The line behind that is the no-build area. You're allowing the developer to build in the buffer area. That makes no sense to me. And I don't think the Concom's going to probably have a problem with that. So I don't know whether or not those houses could even be built. When you're looking at a development, even though it's conceptual at this point, you have to look at it in totality as to whether or not it's a viable development. You know, Mr. Griffin got up there and he didn't look at this, he didn't look at that. I don't think it was a very good presentation. He didn't address all your questions. So I think there's a lot to be looked at with respect to access, safety, density, wetlands. And I think it's premature for this board to vote on a concept plan that has so many outstanding items on it. So I hope this board looks at it carefully, and I know you all will. I have a lot of respect for you. This development is not conceived properly. When you talk about, the chairwoman suggested, is it in keeping with the neighborhood? It's not. If you look at the properties that are north of the site, he didn't pay any attention to those. All those properties are R45. So basically, you're taking, 4 lots 4 lots, I think 4 through 7, and you're putting them on a small lot, even though it's the proper size, you're allowing them to circumvent the frontage and create a development there that is not in keeping with the neighborhood. You know, lots 1 through 3, I think they're a problem. When you look at the other option where you had a road coming in, I can't believe the fire marshal won't approve that without a cul-de-sac. It's far enough away from the street, we need a cul-de-sac. So the fire department's gonna pull in there and pull out to the street, back up to the street? Fire departments don't do that. They go in, they turn around, they leave. So the fire marshal, I can't believe he would ever approve something like that. So there are a lot of questions about this development that should be vetted out before it goes to the next phase. That's all I have to say. I thank you for your time. I hope you heard me. And any other questions, I'm glad to answer.
So, Mr. Giuseppe, I appreciate your
Giuseppe.
comments. Just a couple things. I just want to make sure that you and your group, and actually the general audience, are aware of. First of all, OSRD is not a relief program for developers. OSRD is a plan that, or a policy that the city of Beverly came up with several years ago because people deemed the preservation of open space to be an important value for the city to embrace. And what came from that study was an extensive process by which these types of projects have to go through. I suspect if the developer had his ways, he wouldn't do OSRD, but he does not have a choice because of the acreage, because of the number of housing units he's looking for. OSRD is mandatory. So this is a mandatory process that the developer is going through. This is not a relief for the developer. This is a way for the city, who values open space, to preserve open space. And so I want to make sure that's the first thing that I think is crystal clear, okay? It's not a special relief program for developers. We're not cutting them a break or anything like that. The second thing is, Beverly is a wet city, okay? And we had heavy rains. That next morning, I was down at my father's house making sure, he lives on the same street as the mayor, making sure that his sump pump went on during the night and there wasn't any water in the basement, and the sump pump was running. Beverly's a wet city. There's no getting around it. The other thing you should know is that water, on this site plan, the water does not flow to Dyer Street. To the contrary, it flows in the opposite direction.
Has there been a hydrology study done?
It has been studied. Mr. Griffin, I think, has presented the plans, and they show that the water flows, and I guess I would call it a northerly direction.
I don't think he prepared a hydrology study. That's the only thing that's going to tell you that that's the case. He may have made a suggestion that that's the case based on the grades, but as you know, water runs underground, and you have to have a hydrology study. So don't be fooled by that.
I'm not being fooled. None of us are being fooled. Mr. Griffin's been before this board any number of times over the course of the number of years I've been on here, and he does a good job. And if he tells me or tells all of us that water runs north, I believe him.
Surface water.
Surface water.
You know, surface water, yes, but that's because that's what he's analyzing the grades. He's not analyzing the hydrology of the property. That's a different study. And with all due respect to Mr. Griffin, I don't think he's a hydrologist, engineer. So the board, even though it may be the surface water may run in one direction, that doesn't mean that the underground wetland water doesn't run in a different direction. So I would encourage the board to do a hydrology study. And with respect to the question regarding relief, I understand what you said, that it's mandatory, they have to go through that process. But the relief that you're offering him, even, I'll change the language. What the developer is able to do is able to reduce the frontage of their property in order to get a larger lot. And when you reduce the frontage.
That's actually a smaller lot, sir.
All right, but if you reduce what's the frontage of the lots on Hart
The
Street?
frontage is reduced, but instead of putting in an R45, they don't have to put in acre lots. They can reduce the lot size.
But
You
even,
get
you
a
know,
frontage reduction, but
but even-
it's the
even
same
though-
number of lots that would be built if it was
I don't
under
want-
traditional subdivision, which is
Got it.
what the yield plan was approved for at the last meeting.
But if you look at 4, 5, 6, and 7, who have these very narrow strips as it comes to Hart Street, that's their frontage on Hart Street. It's not a subdivision, so that's their only frontage.
Yeah, it's
And do
the,
you disagree with me that the frontage is very, very small?
yes, I don't disagree with you, but it's what's permitted, it's what's required, and it's what's allowed.
I understand what you're saying, but what it does is it creates curb cuts that are on top of each other, and
There's
in a
one-
road that's
there's one
highly
curb
trafficked.
cut for those 4 lots. 7, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, or at
got
least 5,
five-
6,
you got
7, there's one curb cut.
1, 2,
It's
3,
under-
4,
It's under
5,
a common
6.
driveway.
6, 7 curb cuts,
No, sir.
No,
including that one.
no. Four,
Four is
five.
yeah.
Go
Four is,
ahead.
4 is existing, 3 is replacing the one that's already there. So
1,
those are
2,
already
3,
there.
4 is a 1, and then you have 5, 4, 5, and 4, I'm sorry, 5, 6, and 7 sharing a curb cut, right?
Yeah, so that's one curb cut.
Right,
4 is existing curb cuts that are already there.
right,
3 is replacing the existing curb cut that's already
right,
there.
and you have a curb. if
So
you look
1
at-
and 2 would also be new. So
So
there'd
if you
be
look
3
at-
new curb cuts.
Yeah, so if 4 is on the north side, you have a curb cut right next to that for the lot that's in the back. You have my curb cut that's right next to that, and then you have another curb cut right next to that. On a curve, where you have that many curb cuts and you have that kind of density from 3 or 4 houses entering a curb that is a blind curve, that's high traffic and twice a day, that's a traffic nightmare. So I'm just saying that this is creating a problem on the street. And it's a highly traveled road, and there's been a lot of infractions, and there's been a lot of accidents. I'm just saying, it's a problem. Yeah.
I agree. I think that's one of the biggest issues with this,
Yeah,
with this.
that's
is-
what
is
I'm
that
saying.
issue.
That's all I'm saying, yes.
And
We're acutely aware of it.
Yeah.
that's what we're working to address.
Got it. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Other members of the audience who wish to comment on any of the concept plans? Sir?
I live on 185 Hart Street, right across the street. My name's Mike Bocuzzi, and Mike very cogently covered just about everything the neighborhood's concerned about. A couple of other things that I had started a little bit about the public safety part of it, and my son's a police officer here in Beverly, and I started picking his brain a bit. I also picked the brain of one of the traffic officers that happened to be parked next door to me one day, pulling cars over on Hart Street. I found out for 2023 on Hart Street, there were only 64 motor vehicle stops out of about 6,000, just under 6,000 for the city. They resulted in 2 arrests, 5 citations, 31 written warnings, and 21 verbals. The night of the last hearing that I attended here, before I left the house, there was a traffic officer there, again in the driveway next door. It's a vacant house right now. And I went over and asked, I've heard that you guys cite most of your motor vehicle stops with a verbal warning. How about you? He said he's only been doing the job 3 months, but he likes verbals because you don't have to write out the paperwork. And I said, how do you know whether you're going to give him a verbal? He said, well, I look up their record when I go in the computer. And I said, okay, well, what does that tell you? Well, if they have no record, they're getting a verbal. I said, what if the other 5 guys that stopped them did the same thing? Oh, good point. That's kind of the attitude most of them have on Hart Street when they are there. And since that night, I haven't seen one. I've lived there 22 years. There have been 4 accidents right in front of that property. One woke me up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and one of the residents across the street escorted the young lady out of her car and ran her through the property down towards 128, got her out away from the scene, and no person in the vehicle when the police arrived. There's a crosswalk. It's the first one in Beverly. It's 0.6 of a mile from 128 Zadire. I've crossed that crosswalk probably 4 times a day for 22 years. I have 3 dogs. I'm always walking 1 or 2 of them. I've almost been mowed down. Probably on a given day, if I try and cross there, I have to wait for at least 2 or 3 to blow by before one will let me go. I've had arguments with Cahill over it. Police enforcement is minimal. There's a center line. Hart Street's very narrow. That's why we don't have sidewalks on both sides. And the center line, the gentleman that made the presentation up there earlier, if I heard him right, he said it's kind of a straight line view, almost to 128. It's anything but. If you drive that road, some sections are 20 miles an hour, some are 25. On any given day, they're going by 30, 40, 50. One day, my wife and I were walking 3 dogs, and we encountered a 100-mile-an-hour guy coming down the street. I called the station and found out that the day before, the police sergeant that spotted him on the same street started to give chase, but was called off. 100 miles an hour on Hart Street. Thinking about 3 or 4 driveways emptying into that, it's going to be suicide. I see there are alternative plans, but I don't think it's a good idea with the accidents that are occurring there. On the center line, on any given day, I hear the cars beeping at each other because one of them's over the line. And you can stand there any day on my driveway and watch this. So from a safety standpoint, it's absolutely a big concern, and I think it needs to be studied. I don't mind new neighbors, but there's a right way and a wrong way. And as far as the water tables, they did new sidewalks 6 to 7 years ago, and they put a double storm drain in front of our house. And this past year, after 3 years of hearing bang every time a car went over it, the sinking manhole had to be rebuilt. So that's telling me there's water under there that's running it down. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Anyone else who wishes to be heard?
Scott McKenzie, 7 Dyer Road. I heard, a lot of people have spoken about the water issue. That's probably my biggest concern. On all these plans, my property is right at the end of where 1 and 2, the back of those properties are. Dyer Road now, to the left, one more. The properties now have water issues with just a house sitting on site 3 there. Now you're going to add 2 more jammed in there with all the water, because Hart Street is a little bit higher than where we are, flowing backwards into that pond and, into my basement, to be honest with you, my neighbor's basements. Beverly might be wet, but that doesn't mean you need to exacerbate the problem further by just dumping these houses in there and jamming them in. The other thing that tonight raised a concern for me too is, I guess I didn't realize this, but with this open space concept, it was brought up that you might be able to access that off of Dyer Road in the future. Dyer Road wasn't built to be a free or a throughway or a freeway for people to be coming. Honestly, the only people that come down there are people that live there for the most part, or occasionally the turnaround, because we're one of the first rights when you get into the Beverly area to be able to turn around and get out of there. The thought of having cars flying down the road now, it scares me, to be honest with you. My kids are a little bit older, but there's a lot of younger kids in the neighborhood, just a lot of people as well that walk, such as Mike said, we see him all the time. And so that's a concern as well, if that's going to be opened up and, now open to the public to come down there to do that as well. So I said this the last meeting, I think, you can sit there and look at a map and concept-wise, you're doing everything that's allowed, but I think sometimes you got to see the reality of it, and I do appreciate that, some or all of you did go down there to at least, look at some of the concerns from the last meeting, and I just hope that you'll, consider to keep those in mind, and especially the water issue. Like I said, while Beverly might be wet, there's no need to make it worse than it already is for us that live there.
Thank you. Do we have anybody watching online who wishes to be heard? I guess not. Please.
Good evening, my name is Tucker Masses. I'm the direct abutter at 200 Hart Street, which in the concept A, you can see up in the top left corner there. So I wanted to point out, I know Mr. Griffin said that concept A, in his opinion, was the safest, but if you go to the site context plan, I want to give a little perspective of that large curve there, as you see coming from 128. People fly pretty quickly around that corner, and adding a curb cut, which goes across that little front area of my property with the easement there, is right in between two pretty significant curves, that first larger one and then the one once you pass it to the right. So the sight lines there are pretty poor. Adding a driveway that services 3 homes there creates a very dangerous position, which I know in context A, that driveway services those 3 homes. I think it was 4, 5, and 6, or 5, 6, and 7. Whereas if you, in site plan C, there's only 2 homes that are tucked in there servicing that one curb cut. I'm also a pretty big proponent for open space, which I know a lot of the board members are as well. And in concept C, the open space in that plan is the largest amount of open space of the 3. As far as the driveway, there's also less curb cuts, which Mr. Griffin explained. There's only 2 additional curb cuts in this plan, whereas in concept A, there's 3, which, like many of you have addressed, it brings up the safety concern and danger. Less curb cuts just creates a safer neighborhood. In concept C, the sight lines are actually better with the driveway that services house 1, 2, and 3. You can notice that there's a pretty long straightaway that people can see left and right, where they don't have to guess how fast the car is going around the corners, where they would have to in concept A if there's 3 homes being serviced by that one driveway versus just the 2 in this plan. I know a lot of people have brought up neighbors' concerns about, the better the sight lines, maybe with the less trees cut down the front, people will slow down driving. I can almost guarantee by removing the trees in the front, people probably won't slow down. So the best plan to create safety would be concept C, because with the one driveway that services house 1, 2, and 3, they'll have further sight lines to see to the right and to the left. And with only two houses being serviced by the one curb cut, house 6 and 7. So that's, I know as a direct abutter, the only major abutter there, if a plan is to be voted on, I support plan or concept C, just because of the safety that it creates more safety than any of the other plans, because of the less curb cuts, and the driveways are located in safer areas of the street. And it also, as far as just open space, it has more open space than the other two concepts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Mr. Griffin, did you wish to address any of the comments or concerns you heard?
I do. I think there's been a misrepresentation as to the police reports that were provided to the planning board, and they were forwarded to me today. And it's interesting, the first 7 pages of that report describe accidents that are not in the area of our project. So they're mostly on Hale Street. Actually, one of them is down by the Cumming Center. So they really have nothing to do with our project. The last 3 pages are a report that describes incidents for an 8-year period, 2016 to 2024, on Hart Street. And it describes 16 accidents in that period of time, not 30 accidents. It describes 560 service calls, which could be somebody driving with a headlight out, it could be somebody driving erratically. It doesn't necessarily mean that 560 people are speeding, but if you take 560 service calls over that period of time, it's 1.3 per week. So it's not a huge number of traffic calls by the police department. I would agree that there certainly is appears to be some speeding on that roadway at times. But that's what the police report that was provided actually says. Now, we went to the police department after we got this and we said, hey, can you give us the information on those 16 accidents that occurred in that 8-year period? So that's 2 accidents per year. And none of them involve driveway egress onto Hart Street. There's sort of a reasonable mix of accidents. There's people hitting their mirrors, hitting the telephone poles. One person had an airbag go off for no apparent reason and crashed into something. So there's a number of incidences that have occurred over that 8-year period, but it's not the numbers that were represented to you. In regards to the wetlands, there was a professional wetland scientist that's well-known in this area, John Dick. He prepared the ANRAD application to the Conservation Commission. It was approved earlier this year. There's no issues on the delineation. So the photographs of puddles on the site representing or trying to represent that those indicate wetlands are just not professional, they're just not correct. We are showing some work close to the no-build zone line, but that's allowed under the Wetlands Protection Act. You can do work, you can develop within the 100-foot buffer zone, contrary to what you heard a few minutes ago. So the plan is compliant with the wetland regulations. You have a letter from the Conservation Commission telling you that our yield plan was certainly a reasonable yield plan, and it's the same application of the wetland regulations to the yield plan is what was applied to options A, B, and C. So I hope that clarifies the wetland issues. And again, I think option A is still in our mind the preferable option, but I think we of course respect the planning board. We'll move forward with whichever plan is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Last call from anybody from the audience who wishes to be heard? Okay. What is the will of the board?
It's apparent that the traffic and sightlines and egress to this Hart Street are primary concerns. We're not traffic specialists here, so I guess I'd really like traffic specialists to opine on whether or not C, for instance, is a safer plan. I don't know. I'm not a traffic guy. But it's germane to the argument, very much so, whether or not we look at which concept is the best. What do we have to date from traffic? Yeah, so we're deciding on a concept, but our decision is clearly influenced by our concern over traffic, and yet we don't have a traffic opinion. So it's kind of a stalemate here.
We do have comments from engineering. There is comments from the engineering department, and one of the comments is, please provide sightline distances for all proposed curb cuts on Hart Street. This office recommends the applicant ensure the American Association of State Highway Officials AASHTO standards are met for sight distances. Speed limit on Hart Street in this area is 25 miles per hour, and US DOT Federal Highway Administration uses AASHTO design stopping sight distance criteria of 155 feet for 25 miles per hour. This office recommends the applicant's engineer certify at least the minimum sight distances are proposed.
And that to date has not been done.
So we could request it of the applicant for all three plans. Sure.
I'm down with that.
You down with that? Other thoughts? I mean, I think that Wayne brings up a very valid point, a very, very valid point. It's hard to select a concept plan when the traffic implications
You have to
and
look.
the safety
The
issues.
other factor is they are requesting some waivers. You have to consider whether you will grant them or not. And one of those waivers is the waivers that you brought up earlier about adding the lots along Hart Street that is not an OSRD road.
Well, I would. What's that, Ms. Flannery?
In concept A, Madam Chair, they have the buffer zone indicated, the track buffer with one home. And on Plan C, they're looking for relief from that buffer.
Yeah.
Right.
And two homes.
Which is why I think the question was brought up, can
Yes.
that concept C be pushed up so that that track buffer can be added while reducing the overall number of curb cuts?
Do we have any other options at this stage right now with respect to traffic or safety issues?
You can request. Yeah, you can request whatever, pretty much whatever you're feeling about.
Could we send the concept plans to parking and traffic? I'm just throwing this out, I'm not,
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
yes,
perhaps if we had the measurements,
well, yeah,
and then did that, maybe that could happen. I don't know if that could happen in the next month, or actually our meeting is
A little less than a month, it's
a little less than, yeah,
like 4 weeks in a day
4 weeks in a day. It's 4 weeks from tomorrow.
with a holiday.
so are you suggesting get those site, what was it, sightline distances?
distance, yeah,
Site
that-
distances? And then have them come back, or are you suggesting have them get the site distances and send it to parking and traffic for their insight?
You know, I don't know what the timing is gonna be in terms of when parking and traffic, but it seems
Parking and
that
traffic meets the beginning of the month.
the
So-
parking and traffic would probably be, they wouldn't be harmed by having those numbers, and it might, give them a little bit more to go on.
Madam Chair. Along with that, there was, I guess it was kind of speculation that this is a D-rated area, but we don't have any indication.
Yeah,
We don't have any
Well,
real
you
indication
know,
of
look,
that.
that was based on, if Mr. Griffin was a lawyer, I would say he wins on cross-examination. I mean, he
Yeah,
took
so
that
that's what I'm saying.
report and
is-
tore it apart.
We
So-
don't know actually what it's rated today or to what it would be rated in the future. We really don't know that. And it's kind of prejudicial at this point for us to have heard that, but not to have any proof of it one way or the other. So that too probably should be determined.
That would require a full traffic study in order to determine level of service.
Okay.
And then a concept stage, that's generally
Not done at this
not done at
stage.
this stage.
I personally, I think the level of service is a red herring as well, because there's no way that, 5 additional houses are gonna make a road like Hart Street go from level of service D to F, even if it were a D, and it's not a D, this is a level of B or C kind of roadway. But I think it is fair to, get the information you're looking for. I don't think getting the site distance measurements are all that particularly complicated, and we might be able to pull that off in time for the January 15th meeting. Perhaps, the holidays will be too much of an obstacle, but I think it's certainly worth us, giving it the try. And if for some reason we can't get back the information by the 15th, perhaps we can, get it for the meeting after that. So I think that
But
would,
here's the thing. You can give us site distance, and it's not gonna mean anything to me, because I don't know how to interpret that data. Again, I'm not a traffic person. So we need to be able to take that information and send it to somebody who can give meaning to it.
Yeah, if we can't, who can? I mean,
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just asking here, since the engineering department is the one with specificity that asked for that, and then cited the type of regulations that, and stop distances and things like that, there could be some, knowledge there
Okay.
that could be.
They'll know how to read it.
Yeah.
All right.
and I think if they can't, if they, for whatever reason, feel that they can't interpret it, they'll let you know that. But
All right,
I think
that's-
you're right. I think this
that's-
is pretty simple stuff.
cool.
And it sounds like we have a plan.
It still is a public comment period, if you want to allow Mr.
Sure.
Giuseppe to speak.
Back to the podium.
Would you like to say something, sir?
I think you're correct, Madam Chairperson. You're not going to know how to interpret the agreement, the documents. And I think Mr. Miller's on the right focus here. The only way to determine whether or not there's a safe issue and whether or not you have a sight lines is to hire a traffic engineer. Civil engineers in the town are not traffic engineers. And what you have to do is you have to, and I've done enough traffic engineers, but work with enough traffic engineers, but you need to determine what the peak hours are and what is the sight lines that are required during the peak hours based on the speed on the road. And that's a traffic engineer. And it's not unusual for planning boards to request an applicant prepare a traffic study to determine whether or not the project's safe. That's all I'd say.
And I think, I thank you for that. I think that we'll start with what the engineering department has requested. God, these things are fickle, huh? I have been advised by Mr. Clausen that when this project moves to the subdivision phase, that there's a strong likelihood that that type of engineering study would be requested. But it's not at that phase right now. So I think Wayne's suggestion, seconded by Mr. Griffin, I think, is a good action plan for the next meeting. So why don't we do that? So why don't we move to, let's see, we don't have to make specific requests?
Yeah, we should do that.
Okay.
That a site study plan be prepared.
So we need, one, we need to continue the matter, and two, we need a specific request to the applicant to provide the data that engineering has set forth is in their report.
Where are the engineers' comments?
Yeah. What's that? We'll move it to the January meeting.
Comment 3.
And then comment 3? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yeah?
I'd like, the planning board to request that the applicant, for our next meeting, to supply the information that the engineering department, mentions in number 3 of its letter of December 10th, that being, to please provide sightline distances for all proposed curb cuts on Hart Street. This would be for each of the concept plans. And as the engineering office recommends that the applicant ensure the American Association of State Highway Officials standards are met for site distances. And further goes on to talk about them being able to look at the calculations of speed limit and stopping distances, et cetera. So if we could have that information for our next meeting, that would be beneficial.
All right, I have a motion. Is there a second, please? Seconded by Flannery. Discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Next, how about a continuance motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can we continue this discussion on this matter until our next meeting on Wednesday, January 15th, 2025?
I think we can. I have a motion. Is there a second by Flannery? Discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
All right, so for those in the audience who are interested in this project, this matter is going to be continued until our January 15th, 2025 meeting. You want this back? Huh? Yeah. Why don't we, can we take a 7-minute break, stretch legs?
So moved, Madam Chair.
All right, all in favor? All opposed, motion passes. That was seconded by Marcus.
you like a motion to reconvene?
Yes, ma'am.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Beckwith. What's that?
I'm gonna pull up her first stuff real quick.
Okay. Being let down by,
You can do recess to public hearings and all.
well, we were just, all right, well, we're gonna resume, so all in favor? All right, motion passes. Now we need a motion to recess for public hearings.
Madam Chair, I move that we recess from public hearings.
All right, is there a second? Oh, seconded by Miller, oof. All in favor? All opposed, motion passes. We are now in public hearing. I gotta find my agenda, because I apparently have misplaced it. Hold on. Here it is. Our first public hearing is for special permit number 198-24 for the property located at 81-83 Hale Street. Forgive me, I'm going to Shanfali?
Correct, yes.
Ook?
Yes.
Who has asked for a reduction in the required number of parking spaces from 2 to 1 in a CN zone for a residential apartment. You all set, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
You need to say your name. Oh, I gotta read a public notice.
Oh, thank you,
Yeah.
George. Earning your salary tonight, George.
All right, notice is hereby given under provisions of MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, and Sections 300-91, 300-94, and 300-59D of the Beverly zoning ordinance. The Beverly Planning Board will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, December 17th, 2024, during a public meeting that begins at 7 p.m. at Beverly City Hall, third floor council chambers, 191 Cabot Street, Beverly, Massachusetts, 01915, relative to special permit number 198-24. A special permit is requested for a reduction in the number of parking spaces from 2 to 1. The applicant is Shanfali Ook, 34 Lambert Avenue, Lynn, Massachusetts, 01902. The property is located at 81-83 Hale Street in a CN zoning district and is shown on Assessor's Map 12, Lot 136. The application and plans are on file at the Beverly Planning Department and are available for public review. Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Name and address for the record.
My name is Chinpali Ook. The address is 8183 Hill Street.
So Ms. Ook is, that is the Colorful Nails Salon at the corner of Hale Street and Lothrop Street. She's proposing to put in a residential apartment into that building, and this is her driveway that exists as it is today. The driveway is approximately 9 feet by 27 feet, so there's enough space for only one car with sufficient room behind it for any kind of waste, like trash cans, receptacles, anything like that. Parking and Traffic has reviewed this and recommended approval with the one condition that a car, when parked in the driveway, cannot have its rear sticking out onto the sidewalk on Lothrop Street.
Okay. This is the former McPherson,
Yes, yes, the
Okay.
insurance.
are there questions to the applicant?
Yes.
I'm sorry? Oh, George?
Just so I'm understanding this correctly, there's already an apartment there, right? We had a similar one where there wasn't an apartment yet, but is there already an apartment?
Yes, it's
here
a
that-
mixed use, yes.
Okay.
One apartment upstairs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So you're simply looking for a reduction in the number of required parking spaces. Instead of 2, you want 1.
Yes,
Okay.
What is the size of the apartment?
a one-bedroom, 700, a little bit over 700 square feet.
One bedroom.
Anybody else? All right. This is a special permit, which means there are findings that have to be made.
Madam Chair? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What are we looking at there?
You're looking at Ms. Ook's car and my car parked in that driveway to determine that 2 do not fit. That's what happens when there's 2. So it sticks out into the street. So we were trying to get her to see if she did not have to apply for the special permit, and unfortunately, only one car fits in that driveway.
Suppose
Is
it
it-
depends what kind of a
I was gonna
car.
say, a compact car.
It only, even with the dimensions of 27 feet, it doesn't meet our
That was
standards.
gonna be my question.
Yeah.
All right, while you guys are looking at findings, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the general public who wishes to be heard on this? Anybody watching on, joining us remotely who wishes to be heard on this? All right. Is there any reason not to close this public hearing? Okay, I welcome a motion to close this public hearing, please.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Is there a second, please? Seconded by Gomes. Discussion? All in favor? All opposed? All right, so now let's move on the merits of this. Again, this is a special permit seeking a reduction in the number of parking spaces from 2 to 1 in a CN zone for a residential apartment. Yes, Mr. Beckwith?
Yeah, I'd say in looking at the different findings that we'd make, if we were to have a vote on this, which I expect we will in a few minutes, then in my opinion, this is, very appropriate permits to grant, given the confines of the location. And this is not a new construction. This is an existing building. It's had this driveway for quite some time. And I think that it solves the problem by having just, make it designated for one. There's no question there. So to me, that makes sense. That it seems that it wouldn't have any effect on property values. In terms of parking and traffic, has already looked at this, so there's no undue traffic or nuisance or hazard that would result. That adequate and appropriate facilities will be provided for the operation and maintenance of the use, and that there have not been any objections from abutting property owners tonight, and or in writing ahead of time, and then that adequate and appropriate city services are and will be available for the proposed use. So I think, personally, I think that it meets all of the requirements before us.
All right, would you like to wrap that up into a motion?
Sure. Madam Chair, I move that the planning board find in the matter of special permit request for special permit number 198-24 at 81-83 Hale Street, that we find that the site, the specific site is an appropriate location for the proposed use, and that the character of adjoining uses will not be adversely affected. Number two, that no factual evidence is found that property values in the district will be adversely affected by such use. Number three, that no undue traffic or no nuisance or unreasonable hazard will result. Number four, that adequate and appropriate facilities will be provided for the proper operation and maintenance of the proposed use. Number five, that there are no valid objections from abutting property owners based on demonstrable fact. And number six, that adequate and appropriate city services are or will be available for the proposed use.
All right, we have a motion to make those specific findings. Is there a second, please? Seconded by Gomes. Discussion?
Yeah,
Wayne, do you have a question?
yeah. Just as Derek was reciting the requirements, what's been the history of this? Have there been two cars there previously? Where does the other car go? Is there not two cars? What has happened in the past in this situation? This is not a new apartment. It's been there for some time.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Has there been, have the occupant or occupants of this apartment have had two vehicles in the past? And if so, where has the other vehicle parked?
There was always just one, the parking for that spot. It was never needed for two. It was always me in that.
You're the one that's living there, correct?
Yes.
How many cars do you have?
One. And when we park two cars because of the SUV, if it's one is a sedan, that would, the back of it wouldn't stick out to the sidewalk.
What SUV and what sedan? Oh, you mean when you tested?
Just-
Yeah, if
we
it was, we
did
used
the
two
test.
SUVs, she's saying if it was an SUV and a sedan, there'd be room, but she still needs the special permit because the dimensional standards don't
Yep.
fit.
Yeah, okay. I guess it's a way to encourage alternative use other than vehicles, if you have just the one there. We've had this kind of discussion before. Okay, I'm done with that.
Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. Now can we vote on whether or not to grant the special permit?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Move that the planning board grant special permit number 198-24 for 8183 Hale Street.
Is there a second, please? Seconded by Gomes. Discussion on the motion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. You're good
Thank
to
you
go.
very much for your time,
Thank you.
guys.
Sorry you had to wait so long. All righty. All righty. Our next agenda item is number 8. It is the continued public hearing for site plan review number 168-24 for the property located at 0 Trask Lane. The applicant is Corcoran Trask Lane LLC.
Good evening, members of the board. For the record, Miranda Simasco from Glovsky & Glovsky on behalf of the applicant. We also have representatives from the applicant here, as well as their traffic consultant and architects participating remotely this evening. And before we get started, I wanted to just sort of explain the thinking behind tonight's presentation. Obviously, this project, we've had a lot of meetings, but we are still waiting on peer review in all cases. And given that a lot of the peer review will probably intersect with the public comment that has come so far, we tried to narrow tonight's discussion to things that were peer review light, if you will. And that in one case is a substantive issue that we think would be a useful conversation for the board to start having with the applicant sooner rather than later regarding parking. So with that, I think Matthew Littell is, if he's able to share the screen, we can start the presentation.
I'm pulling it up.
Great, thanks, Matt. And while he's doing that, I think we just did want to review, we filed on September 30th. We've had one planning board meeting, but we've had 2 DRB meetings, 1 parking and traffic meeting. The applicant submitted responses to the staff comments and engineering comments earlier this week or at the end of last week. We also are in the process of working on a fire access study or a third-party study with the fire department. And as I said, waiting for peer review. The plan, as you listen tonight, is for us to make one submission once we get peer review and comments and have a combined resubmission of the plans. So we're trying hard not to give you piecemeal information. With that said, I'm just going to pass these out because the parking presentation does have a couple of supplemental items. You don't have to read them now, but you'll have them in hand. And you may want to refer to this plan. So maybe I'll start this one on this end. Okay. So I spoke about the planning board site plan review meetings. We've also had 2 conservation commission meetings. We're also waiting on site on peer review there. The applicant did file on Monday, yesterday, its draft environmental impact report with the state. So that was a major undertaking. That DEIR includes updated traffic studies based on the actual number of units that we proposed. The earlier studies had been based on a higher number of 475 units as an estimate. So just in case that there are different numbers floating around still as we try to get to the right project. Matthew, if you want to go to the next slide. Just a quick project overview. It involves 6 buildings divided into 2 clusters, 440 apartments, and the 880 parking spaces that are required by zoning. 53 affordable units, that's 12%, and an approximately 65-acre open space parcel with this design. Next is just to refresh folks' memory of what the site looks like, in case we have to refer back to this. And then on the next slide. All right, so what we wanted to do is address the public comments that I said were peer review light. And there are a number of things to make the board aware of. The applicant has decided, after hearing comment, in particular from staff, that there were concerns about whether a shuttle bus would be really adequate mitigation, given the apartments and the lack of, not necessarily a proclivity to use shuttle buses. What we heard from Parking and Traffic and from Darlene Nguyen is that the city has a real interest in growing its transportation network, if you will, making some, enhancing the Beverly shuttle, as well as enhancing the Salem Clipper, which now is available as sort of on-demand ride share here in Beverly, and that it would be useful to have the applicant contribute in a meaningful way to toward that effort. And so we would commit to a financial contribution. The amount has not been discussed yet, but the city, the applicant is willing to do that in conversation with this board and the planning department. We've heard a lot about the request for a convenience store on this site, and I think the applicant has been very reticent to do that based on real-world experience, trying to lease similar spaces and similar developments without a whole lot of success. However, we appreciate the concerns, and I think the applicant would be thrilled if this concept actually works. And so what we would propose is to repurpose about a little over 1,000 square feet of what was currently amenity space for the residents, and to set that aside as commercial space. That's sort of, that would be for a typical convenience store, but not a larger convenience store. And would commit to, making efforts to lease that to a third-party operator and see if they can make it work, and hope that they can make it work. However, as I said, they have experience where the spaces like this have been vacant for multiple years, despite all efforts to lease. So what we'd propose is a timeout on that. And that slide says 2 years, and actually the commitment is 3 years. And this has been proposed in the filings with the MIPA unit as well. So I think, we've heard you and are pleased to make that offering. Lastly, as we've alluded to, there is a 65-acre plus open space parcel. There is an intent to have a trail network there that's available to the residents. We've heard that there would be strong interest in having that trail network available to the general public, and the applicant is willing to do that. We'd like to discuss with the city what that looks like. I think it could be a trail easement, or it could be a conservation restriction with an appropriate partner, and we can have those conversations in more detail offline and then before the board. So those are sort of three big things that we are pleased to offer and that the next iteration of plans will reflect. Moving on to the next slide. The next topic that we want to discuss is parking. And we've heard from this board last time, and as well as from the Conservation Commission, real concerns about the need for 2 parking spaces per unit, notwithstanding that this site has access that is off of 128. Folks have with good cause, expressed concern about the amount of impervious area that takes up relative to the need for the actual parking spaces, where we have a mix of studios, 1 beds, and 2 beds. So with these comments in mind, we have put together some material that we think will be helpful. And basically to walk you through this, the zoning ratio in the zoning code, as you know, is 2 spaces per unit, regardless of how many bedrooms. And that equates, in our case, based on actual bedroom counts, for 1.36 spaces for every bedroom in the 440 units, and 2 spaces per unit. To give you a reference point, I think if developers of multifamily properties like this, as well as their designers, were setting out to design parking that would be adequate for their tenants and that would be marketable, they would probably end up in the range of 1.5 spaces to 1.65 spaces per unit. That's based on a lot of empirical data, and Rebecca Brown will share some of that with the board shortly. For Trask Commons, for the project, based on the bedroom count and the number of 1 beds versus 2, et cetera, the optimal number that the proponents would like to see would be about 1.1 spaces per bedroom. That translates to 1.6 spaces per unit, or 704 spaces compared to the 880 under zoning. And that would be about a savings of 176 spaces. So we think we're overparked by 176 spaces on this site. And I think the next slide is time to turn it over to Rebecca Brown, and she has put together her data that she's going to talk about tonight in the letter that I passed out earlier.
Miranda. Good evening. My name is Rebecca Brown from Greenman Peterson. So we have some information that we put together for you at the request of the board from the last meeting that we were at, and I know the numbers up there might be a little bit tough to see. They are also repeated on page 4 in the packet that you were just given, if anybody wants to refer to that. But the information that we had pulled together was really looking at sort of the industry standard for parking demand that would be generated for a similar sized facility, similar type of facility with a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers, or ITE, publication. And what that shows is that these types of developments typically generate a peak parking demand of 1.23 parking spaces per unit. When you're looking at that in terms of per bedroom, it's about 0.87 parking spaces per bedroom. So what we're proposing here with the 1.1 is significantly higher than what ITE shows as being the peak parking demand. Now, we did also look at a couple of other facilities that are operated by the applicant, the Linfield Commons development and the Beverly Commons development, where those both, based on the number of units and number of bedrooms that are provided, as well as the number of parking spaces, those provide a parking supply of 1.4 to 1.59 parking spaces per unit, which is right in line with the 1.6 that's being proposed here. In terms of on a per bedroom rate, the Beverly Commons is a little bit lower at 0.87, which is consistent with what ITE recommends as well. And the Linfield Commons is a little bit higher at 1.06, which translates pretty well to the 1.1 that is being proposed. And then we did also do some actual parking counts to see how many parking spaces were being occupied at the Folly Hill Meadows development, because that obviously has a very similar parking situation or traffic situation to the development that's proposed, with it being located off the same exit, having limited access to public transportation and services there. So we collected parking utilization counts on 2 different days. One was a fair weather day. The other one was an inclement weather day where it was a mix of snow and rain and fog that evening. Just to kind of see in case, more people may be home when it's an inclement weather condition. Based on the worst of those 2 days, what we saw was a peak demand of 1.25 parking spaces per unit, which is right in line with what ITE estimates at 1.23. So that was pretty consistent. And when you compare that to number of bedrooms there, they provide about 1.2 per bedroom, parking spaces per bedroom at that location. We also pulled together some information on several other facilities that had parking data available from the Commons at Weiss Farm development when their parking study was done, in terms of the number of units and the number of parking spaces that are actually provided. And those ranged anywhere from 1.41 to 1.65, with an average of 1.56 parking spaces per unit. And that translated to an average parking supply of 1.04. So both of those are under what we're suggesting would be kind of our optimal parking at this location. Matt, if you could advance to the next slide. So when we take that information and we kind of translate it to the site, based on ITE data, we would anticipate a peak parking demand, and this is kind of that overnight time period, 12 to 4 in the morning, peak parking demand of 542 parking spaces. Based on the average of the empirical data that we pulled from the other sites, we would anticipate a demand of about 590. And even if we went with the highest of the empirical sites, that would translate to a demand of 625 spaces. So based on sort of recommended parking provisions, so ITE recommends that that the peak parking demand not exceed 90% of your supply. So basically you would be taking what your peak parking demand is, divide that by 0.9, and that will kind of give you a recommended parking provision. So based on ITE data, it would recommend 603 parking spaces be provided at a minimum so that that peak parking demand doesn't exceed 90% of the occupancy rate. Based on the other sites that are operated by the applicant, that also translates to 603 parking spaces that would be recommended. And then if we went with the average of the parking provisions at all of the empirical sites, on average, using their rate, it would translate to about 686 parking spaces. So what we're proposing here would be a reduction in parking supply from 880 down to 704 parking spaces, which, as Miranda noted, equates to 1.6 parking spaces per unit, and approximately 1.1 parking spaces per bedroom. within the existing, or excuse me, within the proposed facility. And as you can see, these are all higher than what was actually observed from the other empirical sites and from ITE. So we do believe that it's still going to provide more than adequate parking to make that reduction down to 704 parking spaces. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Miranda to talk a little bit about kind of process for how that can happen.
Thanks, Rebecca. Okay, so assuming we make a convincing case that the 880 spaces is excessive based on real world, and there's a way to make the project less impactful, the question is, how do we get there in this procedural context? We are here with a project that fully complies with zoning, only asking for site plan review. In order to reduce the parking, there are two possible routes to take within that context. One is that we could add a special permit application to this package limited to the parking issue, and make a case that it is, first of all, improves the project, and that all of the other criteria are met for a special permit to specifically reduce the parking. We're not talking about the use, we're just talking about recognizing that the zoning requirement is imperfect, and in this case has has a parking requirement that doesn't bear out in reality based on Rebecca's presentation, which includes, you know, as we made sure, information from Folly Hill, which is real world information with the same exact conditions that we're proposing. So, so that would be the first method to apply for a special permit. We think there's ample precedent in the city for this board granting special permits to reduce parking where the applicant is able to make the case that it makes sense. And as I said, I think we could satisfy those criteria. A special permit, if it were granted, and let's just say we ask for a special permit to reduce the ratio from 2 spaces per unit to 1.6. If the special permit is granted and the applicant were given an indication that the board was inclined to go that route, it would allow some additional flexibility in the design and provide a way to maybe lessen some of the impacts that are otherwise part of this project because of its size. The second way that we could do that, if the board were not inclined to grant a special permit, is we would ask the board to consider making a condition to its site plan approval of the project that would basically allow, would recognize that the full 2 spaces per unit is approved and designed for, but in a way that a certain number of those parking spaces can remain offline, not paved, not built out, but ready and with the space available to do it if in fact there were a proven need for it in the future. And I think that this, and we actually have, before we get onto the mechanics of it, we have on the next slide just a sample of what that might look like. And it's completely illegible, so I apologize. But basically, what this plan shows is there are 3 hatched areas that would represent sort of spaces in reserve. In other words, they would be designed, they would be approved as part of the project, but they would not have to be built unless there were a need that was demonstrated. And so basically, this illustration is limited to Site B. And the reason is that between Site A and Site B on this site, there's a disproportionate amount of parking provided. Site A is currently proposed at 1.72 per unit, and Site B is about 2.3 per unit. Keeping in mind, they're the same lot, so that distribution isn't terribly meaningful from a zoning perspective, but this would balance it out in real terms. If we reduce in 3 separate areas, so the first area and the largest area would be the auxiliary parking lot that's to the west of Trask Lane, would be one of those areas, and that would be just a reserve area, and that would reduce the actual parking by 27 spaces, I believe. 47 spaces. And then we've proposed 2 other areas in the parking lots, both one to the north and one to the south that you can make out there, that would eliminate 24 spaces and 21 spaces respectively. So the upshot of this is that when those reductions are taken into account, Site B would have 1.71 spaces per unit, which would be equivalent to what is proposed at Site A. That would be a reduction of 92 spaces, 788 spaces, providing 788 spaces or 1.79 for the site if something like this were adopted. It would reduce the pervious area from 8.1 acres to about 7.55 acres. And we think that this is eminently doable. It does not provide as much flexibility for design as perhaps the blanket special permit would of a reduction. But this is something that we would propose to submit. We think this would be certainly well-received by the Conservation Commission, as it would minimize some of the impacts near and in the buffer zones, and without, I think importantly, without challenging or without creating any challenges to actual parking needs on the site. So those are obviously, those are considerations that we would hope to get some input from the board as to whether either of those routes seem possible. And this is, answering the questions that, again, we have heard all along. Why so much parking? And is there a way to eliminate some of it? Derek?
So my first,
Mike?
Thank you. So my first memory or thought on this is when I saw the most in-depth answer in terms of parking spaces before in the comments that you had back to the planning department for number 14 of their questions was about snow removal plans. Basically, the entire solution you have for snow removal is the fact that you have extra parking places that you don't expect to be used.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I didn't see in the presentation you just made is what's the snow solution if it's not the parking places?
I think that you'll find, if the engineer were here to walk through it, and do we have Joe here tonight?
Joe wasn't on.
Joe, are you still on?
Yes, I am.
All right, great. I'm going to let Joe answer that.
Thank you.
Right. So for first, we would propose to, in this.
Pardon me, Joe, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Certainly. For the record, Joe Pesnola from Hancock Associates. So the first answer is we would propose to to install the retaining walls on Site B in the same location. So these areas would be fringe, they would be grass or other suitable vegetation, graded to a point that they would slope, the areas would slope back into the parking lot, and be available for snow storage, so that when the snow melts, it comes back into the closed parking lot system for capture and treatment. The area that's the satellite parking lot could also be utilized. Wouldn't need all of it, but we could utilize a portion, mainly outside the buffer zone, for some offsite snow storage if we had those needs. Secondarily, if we did this scenario in which we're at 1.79, I think we've just gone through the exercise of showing that 1.6 is a conservative target number. We still have an excess of parking spaces on both sites to also facilitate snow storage. The Conservation Commission is very interested in not having us put snow over the retaining walls and into the buffer zones, and to put the snow in areas that can be again contained to such that the snow melt gets into our stormwater treatment system, rather than the wetland buffers.
Which is a different solution than you presented originally.
A different solution from the standpoint of not just using only excess paved areas, but in this case, it would be these areas would not be paved. They would be leveled and ready for snow storage. Yeah.
Wayne?
What would you propose as the surface of the paved areas? What is the material?
Of these areas that would not be paved?
No, but are paved. It's not a trick question. What are you going to pave it with? Hot top, concrete,
Asphalt pavement.
asphalt?
Conventional asphalt pavement.
Just for fun, while you were talking, I asked ChatGPT, are there suitable permeable or pervious hot top alternatives for parking lots? I won't read you all 7 answers, but there are 7. Can we talk about the alternatives?
Certainly, yes. There are alternatives, and the Conservation Commission has asked us to investigate those alternatives. The simplest one, or the most applicable one, would be porous asphalt pavement. It's just a different mix, and the sub base is set up a little bit different, but it essentially looks like black asphalt pavement, but it is permeable.
And you're not proposing using this, why?
We're not proposing it because we don't need to at this juncture from the standpoint of stormwater management. That's primarily the reason you would use it, as it is an alternative methodology to handle stormwater treatment and stormwater attenuation.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members? George?
Attorney Samasco, you'd mentioned your seeming preference for doing a special permit because it provides more site flexibility. Can you describe in a little more detail what you're talking about there?
I will try, and
or someone from the team.
Joe may have to jump in, but I think, to the extent that the team were starting with a lower parking ratio, it might enable some reduction in some of the retaining walls. It might, allow some flexibility in how the parking is laid out that would be less impactful into, in particular, the buffer areas. And Joe, if there's anything that should be added in that regard, please jump in.
No, I think you're spot on. I mean, we have to satisfy the Conservation Commission, so we would be looking to, and this plan that's up on the screen tries to address that in first approaching areas that are getting more into the 100-foot buffer zone of the Conservation Commission. But there are also areas that are, maybe not as close to the buildings as possible, or as desirable, or the configuration of the parking is such that we could take some advantages of that to work between the current 2.0 and our desired 1.6.
One follow-up, if I may. I know the board has some experience with conditioning approvals on the site, and I'm just curious about the implications of conditioning approval of parking spaces subject to a future decision of some substance to the board, and whether that's a sort of good direction to go. So I'm just gonna throw that out there.
I think we've done it.
We've done it at,
Didn't we do it at
Dunham Ridge? Yeah.
I don't think I got to vote on that one. That was like my first day, so.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I know that I've had one project where we've done it, and again, the parking was approved. We demonstrated that we could build it there, and the space was there, and I think the board was comforted with that. But and another way to think about it is maybe phasing it, right? You're building it in phases.
I guess my concern there would be if there was some disagreement in the future between the planning department and the applicant about whether those extra spaces were necessary. I don't know. To me, it seems like.
It would be the planning board that determined that, not the planning department.
Fair, I guess.
And how would we know? How would
It's,
it
yeah.
come to our attention even?
Well, I would just offer, you have three residential developments out there, Volley Hill, Apple Village, and Cherry Hill condominiums. They all have less than the 2 parking spaces. I have not heard that there are any issues with adequacy of parking. That doesn't mean that it won't happen, of course, but I think that there really is strong evidence that the 2 spaces per unit is much more than is needed.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think personally, I'm comfortable with that. I mentioned that last month. I think it's too much, but I worry about leaving those kind of open things out in the ether. So, sorry, Ken. We'll take it.
Just as a comment, I guess, I think there's every indication that in X number of years from now, somewhere between 2 and 10, we'll have a lot more autonomous traffic going up there and a lot more, less need for people to own vehicles. So I think this idea of decreasing from 2 to a lower number is certainly has reason to believe that that's a good idea.
Yes, Derek.
To that point, and what I think a reduction, to me, or a reduction from what's required, I mean, certainly it's, been a while since we've asked other parts of the city to hold to 2 spots per. But to me, it also, because we're talking about an area that is not easily accessible, and where automobiles, you know, despite their lack of trend, are important right now for people to be able to get food and run errands and, you know, things like that. I'm curious about the, and I know that you're planning on going into it more in depth, the alternative in terms of the financial contribution rather than specific site designated strategies for the population of people who live in that area, for them to have, whether it's individual rides, you know, shuttle buses or whatever designated for this area, which is locked from the rest of the city in ways that most other areas aren't. Not within walking distance, large population, minimal access routes, things like that. So I'm curious about why the strategy wouldn't be to specifically come up with needs for the residents in that part of the city, the hundreds of residents who are there, as opposed to, you know, a citywide big financial contribution, which I understand and I support in theory, but to me doesn't solve some of the problems I see with the site and the size of the project you're looking to build.
Yeah, and that's a good observation. I will share, and maybe I didn't make this clear, that this really was at the suggestion of BizWin and the Parking and Traffic Commission, and I think it's because, and Ken, you probably know, you can correct me, I think there really is a focus on this area and extending the Beverly shuttle to have more stops and have more stops to the grocery stores. And this would be a way, you know, I think it is recognized that this area of the city needs more public transport in particular, and that's what the contribution would be going toward, is supplementing this area and thinking and brainstorming ways to make it more usable. So, yeah,
Okay,
sorry I didn't make that clear.
That's helpful, as opposed to, it sounded more general, citywide, which I think would be great for the city too, but since we're talking about this project here and now, that's the concern I have.
Yeah, that's certainly.
Thank you.
George?
I had a couple of questions about the convenience store commitment. Just so I'm clear, you were committing to 3 years to find a tenant, not necessarily limiting a potential lease to 3 years, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I guess this may be more for you, Ken. Is this allowed by right in the RSD? Because I know, okay. If you say it is.
Yep,
I
up
was
to
reading it.
5,000 square feet.
My question was whether that's okay in a building, because sometimes the mixed.
I'd have to double check that part, but I can't imagine.
It's not mega clear.
Yeah, it's not mega clear, but.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
I think it's okay. Interestingly, and I'll just raise this as a footnote, as we talk about the parking, it will come with an added parking requirement. So that's the other thing that we're sort of juggling, and why the special permit and/or reduction would be useful.
Wayne?
Could you remind us, what is the population served by the exit off of 128, including Danvers and Beverly?
This exit, Trask Lane?
Yeah.
I don't know that I have the numbers. The existing residential properties in Beverly are 554 units. That's Apple Village, Folly Hill, and Sherry Hill. Danvers, I believe I saw a reference to there being approximately 80 homes off of those Wayside Drive, Overlook, Folly Hill Drive, Vista Drive.
I tried to determine this looking at census tiger maps, and unfortunately, they overlap with areas that are, the tracks overlap with areas that are outside of Folly Hill, so I tried to extrapolate some of the data. I have those numbers somewhere, but I don't have them handy.
I drove up there the other day. I was surprised at the number of houses on the Danvers side. I didn't realize there were that many. So I'm thinking about what is the increase of population, what the percentage increase is in the whole area, and how that affects what you're talking about, the parking.
access.
Derek?
In terms of the convenience store, follow-up question on that, I'm assuming, and I don't want to assume, that that location would be for residents from the area, the whole area?
Yes, yeah, I mean, the more people that come, the better.
The more, and therefore, the parking for that particular operation would need to reflect that as well?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I think we have a little bit of time left. Why don't we open this up to public comment on this specific issue that was discussed tonight, these issues. So if there's anybody who wishes to be heard, please, I guess we'll wait for the list.
Patrick Knight.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. Patrick Knight from 4 Duck Pond Road, Cherry Hill Condominiums, Unit 202, the building next to it. I first want to thank the folks here. They've been very respectful and helpful trying to address our needs. Unfortunately, we just haven't been able to meet them. My concerns regarding this parking issue is we've got a picture of Lot B up there. Lot A is the concern. Lot A has 4 buildings. Lot A is on top of a pond, on top of another little water hole. It's on a steep slope and on top of us, which is, if we could pull up 2 different things. One of them is a view from the landscape, or you're not able to.
I'm not
but
presenting at the moment.
in the landscaping view, it points out how on top of us this unit is, and the traffic will be a nightmare. We're talking 2 of the lots. One is below grade that cars will have to drive down a hill. They'll have to drive by our parking lot to do that. It's going to be much easier for them to always park in our parking lot. So we're going to be dealing with that for the rest of our life. The other parking lot that they've got listed is across the street, which is even further away, and they have to walk through our parking lot to access their building. Again, what's easier, to park in this Cherry Hill condominiums? We don't have service to be towing cars. We don't have people to take care of these issues. So the biggest issue, well, that's one issue. We're also looking at, this is, we've mentioned, this is an isolated area. It's not a place to reduce parking spaces. It's almost a poster boy for why you should increase parking spaces. Everybody who comes there needs 2 vehicles. If there's 2 people, you need 2 vehicles. If there's more than that, you're going to have more than that. There's just no question about it. How is that just the way people are now? I'm trying to find a few other comments. Well, I like to just stick with the parking issue, that these lots, if we're able to pull them up, they're on top of us, below us. What do we do about the violators? There's no question it's going to happen. We already have people from Folly Hill parking. When the snow plows come, they've got to move, so they use our lot, and we have to try and get them towed, and we're not able to get our lot plowed because of these people. Now we're talking another 400 units on top of us. The other one's up the hill. There's so much room up there. There's so much room everywhere. We're talking, this entire thing is on top of one little area. If we were able to show the landscaping plan, page 1, you'll see the reference of what we're talking about. Both driveways are in our driveway. Yes, unfortunately, we didn't know we share a driveway with them. They're now taking that over their part. They own more than half of it, so we have no choice in this matter. But we're just being knocked over by all of this parking. That's just one issue. I'll have more issues later, but this is huge. Lot A is on top of us. Down a hill, they're going to park in our area. Across the street, they're gonna park in our area. The only people that won't is, I'm not sure if there's actually an entrance in the front, but the people that are parking under the garage won't. But out of 400 units, there's not gonna be a lot. So that's just one of the biggest concerns I have. If you're able to pull up the landscaping plans. Yeah, I know, and I appreciate it. I just wanted to give you a reference of how on top of us this is. There's 60 some odd acres, and it is on top of us. They're gonna flick a cigarette out the window, and it's going to land on us. My window, I could throw a rock to where this building will be. I guarantee you I can. It's 100 feet from my window where this massive tower will be. So this parking is gonna bowl us over. I won't get into other things. Thank you very much
Can you stay for
for
just
your
one second?
time. Pardon me?
Can you stay for just a
Sure,
second?
sure.
Chair, question?
Please.
You live there now,
Correct.
and do you feel that the residents where you are have insufficient parking?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Although,
You said that.
there's about, I said this building will not have enough parking. If I said it that way, I didn't mean to. I said, this building has a lot, there's 400 units there. That's the reason they need to increase it.
So the,
When we don't have enough parking is when other people park in our lot. The people from Folly Hill, when they're plowing, they move their car and park in our lot until they're done, which is exactly what's going to happen here.
your you feel that you have sufficient parking, and the parking supply ratio per unit where you currently reside is approximately 1.6.
Well,
Is that correct?
I'm not sure of the parking ratio. I know that we have 40 spaces that's now on their property, and that's another concern. What's going to happen to those 40 spaces that's on their property? I believe we're going to lose those spaces, but I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Our parking 40 spaces right along on that wall where they're going to build, as well as our dumpsters in the area. We've talked about it, they've agreed to move the dumpster for us, but we're not sure what's gonna happen to those 40 spaces. We lose those and we've lost enough.
Thank you.
She's in Cherry Hill.
Anyone?
May I address, I might
Sure.
be able to answer. Or at least offer an explanation. I think we do recognize that the site and being oriented to the site and the grade changes is challenging. And so one of our more focused presentations will be to walk this board through the site with some more perspectives and some sections so that everybody can appreciate those grade changes. There is a very significant grade change between Cherry Hill and the buildings on Site A, such that we really do not have a concern that Site A residents are going to be parking on Cherry Hill and walking up an enormous hill and retaining wall to find parking that they otherwise have closer to their units. But we don't have that full presentation here this evening, and it is something that we very much have on our minds with both this board and the DRB to do a more thorough job explaining what it looks like as you circulate through this site, and I think that will be helpful.
Thank you.
So we hear Patrick, and we hope we can allay his concerns.
Who's next?
Brian Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your address, sir?
Brian Johnson, I'm 4 Duck Pond Road, Unit 219, Cherry Hill Condos. I'm glad we finally see a sign, a slide here, which shows the parking, attempts to show the parking for the 4 units that will be, as Patrick said, on top of us. And we will lose. We have borrowed for many years about 40 parking spots from the owner of that land that will be used for those 4 units. I think there was an enormous amount of discussion by the representative on the parts that are down by Apple Village, those two buildings. I would like to see as much discussion, maybe not tonight, maybe in a continuation of this hearing, which I think we need, for the 4 units and where the parking for the units they're gonna build, plus the parking that's gonna be left over for Cherry Hill people. I have a couple of other comments, make this briefly. I do think, and maybe they've made this comment, but I do think that the developers need to show more respect for the public safety contingent in the city of Beverly. They expressed some very serious reservations about this development as it is envisioned, and I think their views need to be respected. I think that's all I have to say tonight. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear you. Could you repeat what you just said?
I say I would like the developers of this proposed project to show some more respect for the public service position taken by the people of that in the city of Beverly, the fire and police, and I think they need, those people had some very serious concerns about this development, and I think they should be respected.
Real quick, for those online, we briefly lost our internet connection here at City Hall, so I hope everyone is still there.
Who's next?
Bruce Spur.
If I can just offer some clarification that some members of the board just asked a few minutes ago. I feel like I have some of that information you might have been looking for. If you look at Trask Lane as a dividing line, everything on, if you're on Trask Lane coming off 128, everything on the left, for the exception of a few of the buildings on the right, once you get about halfway up, are pretty much all Beverly. So once you pass those single-family houses, everything multifamily, and literally when I say everything, I mean everything multifamily, all of it is in Beverly. So that's why I said earlier in the prior meeting, being that I'm the second house, and by the way, my address is 11 Oberlin Road, Beverly, Mass. I'm the second house before the emergency road. The emergency road exit that gets used over 90% of the time for primarily medical. And because it's all the multifamily, you can't just send an ambulance. You've got to send at least 2 fire trucks, 2 police cars, and an ambulance. It's a parade. So every time, there's a lot of resources that are being used for a single call. Somebody burns the chicken, they have to assume it's happening on the 9th floor, even though you may only have 4-story buildings. So you see ladder trucks coming through. I mean, it becomes an incredible array and a display of what we have for emergency equipment. So that's all I want to say there. The other thing is, we talked about traffic before, and I know we're talking about parking tonight, but I found this very interesting because I found myself in the middle of a mess in the Henry's Market intersection. And what was really interesting was I wasn't in the middle of the intersection. I was square in the middle of the intersection where I was facing the front doors of the fire department and I couldn't move. And the light changed. And all of a sudden, everybody on 1A is beeping at me and swearing at me and giving me all sorts of hand gestures. And I can't do anything about it because I'm stuck, because I'm trying to turn onto 97. And I'm looking at the cars in front of me. And this is a moment where I didn't think about it at the time, so I moved a few feet forward. Now the fire station is directly here. The left turn to Henry's Market is here. But you can see the bridge to 128 right there, and the long line all the way to Conant Street. And this is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Thursday. So all I'm saying is the reality of what we're dealing with is real. And if you start playing with lights and lanes and restrictions above and beyond everything else that's already going on to accommodate a project like this, I'm going to tell you right now, the mutiny on the Bounty will be something that you will not believe. It's time for, I think, the city to really start thinking, what are we trying to do? Because the residents, the people who have a home, pay taxes over 30 years of citizenship in this city, I feel like I put up with an awful lot with this emergency gate, and I feel like there's been a lot that's been promised to the people in my neighborhood before I ever got there, and it's been a battle since I've been there. And I just feel like as things continue, it continues to be a battle. And I'm just feeling a little bit unheard and a little bit neglected and very, very concerned that now we're going to be adding to schools. And you can tell me the sewer line's adequate. I'm just going to tell you, it's going to come up some point. We're going to have a flood at Colgate Park into that pond because something will break with the pumping station because of the sewer lines. And I just see something happening, whether it happens before or after the project is built. And I'm just very concerned that I keep seeing traffic studies. I don't know where this data comes from.
Okay, sir, it's starting to get late. We still have a lot to do.
Sure.
Your point is well received. So if you wouldn't
Okay.
mind, I'm going to ask if we can.
All right, I'll
ask the
wrap it
next
up.
person.
But I will say this, I looked at the data, and I did notice it was on, the traffic study data was from 6/8/23, and already employers are telling their employees they've got to come back to work. So the days are over of COVID, so whatever traffic study data they present you should be much more current than 6/8/23. Thank you.
Thank you. Point well taken.
Mr. Spur, real quick, I took your issue about I think it was your wife's issue actually about when you said that your end of your road's not being plowed. Engineering's addressing that, so it should be plowed from the future. I went to them with that.
I used my snow blower, and I've actually hand shoveled and waved to the fire trucks that have gone through.
The other thing is the traffic study is being peer reviewed currently right now, so that issue may come up. We're waiting to get the results of that. And one other thing you mentioned was the sewer study. The conditions of the subdivision approval were that the downstream sewer system absolutely has to be studied, and our engineering department contacted the Hancock engineers today to set that up, so that there is a sewer study being performed for that.
I would like to be in touch with the fire department or whoever we're talking about with that emergency gate. I've never had a chance to talk to somebody.
Sure. There's also a study being done to study basically response times in conjunction with this project.
Who's next?
Hi, I'm Beth Ann Spur, 11 Oberlin Road, married to this guy. I appreciate that you're trying to limit the discussion about parking. I find this intriguing in a sense that parking is highly related to traffic. And I can't get that bee out of my bonnet. And I'm not trying to belabor this tonight.
No,
but
I understand, but I think one of the reasons we're trying to do this, as Mr. Clausen just said, traffic is being peer reviewed. So to some extent, we're going to have this discussion again when we get the peer review report. And as Attorney Samasco said, she was hoping, and I think did so effectively, to make good use of limited time by zeroing in on a matter, as she called it, was peer review light. So that's why we're focusing right now on the parking. I promise you, there will be plenty of time in the future for us to talk about the traffic, but it seems to make some sense to wait on that and not frankly waste our time on that until we get back the peer review report.
Okay, will the peer review report include the earlier presentation of 50 Balch Street with all those other people adding into the Henry's Market intersection? I think we've got to look at this whole issue very holistically. And again, I appreciate what you're saying. I'll let it go at that. But this is such a minor thing we're looking at tonight with the parking when it is way bigger. When the attorney herself said, or someone said there was about 550 units living there now, and we're almost doubling that. That just seems beyond comprehension, so thank
It
you.
is a small piece, but in my head, I'm thinking this whole project is made up of 1,000 small pieces.
Yeah.
And sometimes the best way to deal with it, it gets overwhelming if you look at it as a whole. Sometimes it's best to break it down piece by piece and deal with the little pieces.
Okay, but please, I ask the committee to think of it holistically. I would really appreciate that. Thank you for
We
your time.
will, thank you.
Philip Schultz, maybe? Is that what that says? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Philip Chilton from 4 Duck Pond Road, Cherry Hill. A little late, so I'm a little tired, but I'll try to give you my comments. I saw them. The funnel effect and the traffic we've been talking about, it's a real thing. It's the safety, the amount of other traffic that will be generated with school buses and package deliveries and garbage haulers and so forth. But what I wanted to kind of focus tonight was this Duck Pond Road part. Cherry Hill's been the steward of this Duck Pond Road for over 30 years. They use it when people went out for parking, but we've also taken care of it. We maintained it, plowed it. And now it's going to become like a main thoroughfare, it looks like, right at the end of our parking area. And I'm really concerned, we have 140 cars. If we do the 70 units times 2, it's almost 6 times the amount of cars that could be going there. At 840, drops to 5 times. We use the 700 number, but still, it's a big concern. So I just don't know if that back entrance through Duck Pond is necessary, if it can be limited just to emergency, and also if there could also be other safety issues there, like speed bumps. We've had speed bumps earlier on that Traskellin Road that helps reduce that amount of speed. So really concerned about these people now, after really living there and having that quality of life, to now be adjusted. It's no longer a cul-de-sac, but almost a thoroughfare. So if we could really have a look at that, maybe even talk to the Cherry Hill people about that, that would be really appreciated. The second part is the entrance of all these cars in this. I went and looked at it, and I don't see how all these cars are gonna go in, and maybe if it's possible to look for like a traffic circle right there at the Apple Hill, Cherry Hill entranceway. As we said, the numbers, we have 560, we're almost adding 440 to that. Huge number, a lot of extra increases in there, and the extra amount of cars, so those are my really concerns. Oh, the other thing, 1.2 parking spots, it's 2 parking spots. I did that in college a long time ago. Where's that 0.2 car go? Where's that 0.8 car go? So just a number thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yep.
My name is Beatrice Hines. I live at 17 Conan Street. I just have one little rebuttal on the comparison that Corcoran made on parking compared to their other complexes. In their other complexes, people have the opportunity to walk or take a bike. There is no opportunity for anything except a car in this landlocked situation. I was going to make some comments on environmental impact. Someone else mentioned sewer, so maybe I can just have a few words about the sewer. Last Thursday, December 12th, I read Facebook posts from homeowners in Ward 3 and Ward 5 who had sewage backing up into their homes during the heavy rainstorm. Poop does not fall from the sky. Beverly is responsible for maintaining local sewer pipes. Something is wrong. The South Essex Sewer District trunk lines carry sewage from Danvers and parts of Wenham and Middleton down the Danvers River. They join Beverly's sewage at the SESD pumping station on Water Street. Those overworked pumps supposedly push it all beneath the harbor to the treatment facility in Salem. Wastewater overflows occur when sewage flow exceeds the design conveyance capacity of the pipes, the pumps, or the treatment facility. When my kids were young and we went to the beach, closures were unheard of.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I know you've waited all night to speak.
Yeah.
But it is now 11:15, and I
Yeah.
promised everybody we'd be out half an
Right.
hour ago.
Okay.
And we still have another probably
Okay.
15 to 20 minutes of our meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I appreciate what
Okay.
you're saying, I really do. I just,
Well, the beaches were closed 30 times this year, and the ones that are closest to the trunk lines going down the harbor were closed 19 times. And West Beach, the furthest away, never closed. And I'm not a scientist, but I can count. Our sewer systems must be spilling into the river and the harbors.
thank you so much. Is that it? All right, is there anybody, what's that? Anybody watching remotely who wishes to be heard?
Yes.
All right, Miss Susan Johnson, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm 4 Duck Pond Road, Unit 219, that's Cherry Hill Condominiums. I just want to make a comment about I understand there's a road going to run through Duck Pond Road. Duck Pond Road is going to be extended, that's what I understand. If that happens, all those parking spots that are just below the cliff are going to be eliminated. And I believe Patrick Knight spoke to this. All those parking spaces will be eliminated, and that's especially bad when it comes to winter time and the snow plows need to plow the main part of our parking lot. And that means that the cars have to park in the upper part. If the cars don't park in the upper part, then the plows can't plow the main part well. So that's one thing I wanted to say. I also, I don't know if the planning board knows, maybe they do, the Trask Lane is a private road. And during the winter months, the pavement freezes and thaws and potholes develop. Now you increase the traffic on Trask Lane, doesn't matter if it's a shuttle bus or cars, you're going to have a lot of potholes. So who does fill these potholes? We don't. Cherry Hill has not done that. But apparently Folly Hill manager apparently does put out money to fill the potholes near them. This will be a real problem with thousands of cars going up and down during the winter months. And there will be many angry and frustrated drivers because they will be hitting potholes and they can have flat tires or maybe even worse damage done to their cars. Then I understand from the Zoom meeting that was on December 3rd that they talked about a dog walk instead of a dog park. I've heard dog park, but I didn't hear about the dog walk. Both of those are two different things. And I also heard that they were going to have a theater there. Never heard that before, and I haven't heard it since. So
I'm going to stop you there, ma'am. I think we're getting a little bit far afield. I don't know anything about a theater. I don't know anything about a dog walk. Our focus tonight was on the parking. Again, we're talking about a little piece of this massive puzzle. And I appreciate the fact that you reinforced one of your colleagues' comments about traffic and the need for parking and concern about what happens when the plows begin to plow out the area and the need for parking. And that is something, as I think as Attorney Samasco pointed out, that we will be going into in greater depth when we, again, address that next piece of the puzzle.
Okay.
So I'm going to say thank you very much for your comments. And when we get back to that little piece of the puzzle, when we're talking about what's going to happen to that road and what's going to happen when the plows plow and the need for people to move their cars, I hope you'll join us for that conversation as well.
Okay, yes, I will.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Peter Mahoney with John M. Corcoran and Company, just on Duck Pond Road, because it's come up on a few different occasions tonight. Our parcel has the benefit of an easement, which was set up when the whole master plan was developed, which allows us access rights to drive where we've proposed. We do not propose to remove any of the parking that exists there today. We have the right to relocate it if we had to as a result of the back and forth that's going to come here through our design. But the current plans do not show us moving any of their parking. So the parking that's head-in facing our property is currently proposed to remain as is. Traffic would go in the current travel lanes, which we have the right to use.
All right, thank you.
Just to clarify.
Is there anybody else listening to us remotely who wishes to comment? Going once, going twice. Gone. Next meeting?
Absolutely.
I appreciate the discussion from everybody tonight, but we still have agenda items, so my suggestion would be we continue this matter January 15th?
Yeah, the only other thing I'll add is, one second. The only thing I'll add is that the board and the applicants have all received I compiled all of the previous public comment from the last meeting. It's not been forgotten, it's not being ignored. If the board and the applicants have all received copies of it, and again, it will be addressed. We're kind of like in a little, like as Attorney Zamasco said, in like a little bit of a holding pattern here until peer reviews come back. That's why we're addressing things that, as she described, are peer review light at this point, and everything will be addressed and commented on at some point.
So we're gonna continue this to January 15th? What's the will of the board?
Madam Chair, I move
Yes.
we continue this matter till January 15th, 2025.
Is there a second, please? Seconded by Ms. Flannery. Discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. See you next month.
Thank you very much.
Happy holidays.
You too.
All right, kids. Let's see. Could we have a motion, please, to reconvene our meeting?
So moved, Madam Chair.
I got a motion by Flannery, a second by Miller. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Do we have public hearings to set?
We don't.
Okay, our next agenda item is number 11, a letter from Design Review Board to the Planning Board acknowledging the condition of the approval for the modification to SGOD number 01-18 for the property at 108 110 Sawyer Road, Anchor Point LLC, dated September 19th, 2024, has been met.
Yep, just literally letting you all know that they met their condition of approval. They submitted an absolutely gorgeous landscape plan to the DRB, which we recommend, which we all accepted, and just wrote the letter saying that to the board that that condition has been met.
All right.
And I'm also a voting member of the DRB now also.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So how did you like the designs? No, I'm just kidding. No. Our next agenda item is number 12. It is a request for extension of letter of credit, OSRD site plan, number 10-17 Hickory Hill Way. They are asking us to extend from December 7th to June 7th. However, we don't have their letter.
Correct.
So I would request a motion to continue this until our January 15th meeting pending the receipt of the letter. I have a motion by Flannery, a second by Beckwith. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. Are we doing minutes?
Nope. It should, it's literally, I think, after Ms. Flannery went through them, it's all just Scrivener's
All
and
right.
accept as amended. We're getting 6 months behind because we keep saying we'll do it next meeting.
Okay, all right. We have minutes from June 18th,
Minutes from July 16, 2024.
July 16th.
Mike, yep. The June meeting was when we were in between, minutes takers. I've made an outline of them because no one did the minutes. So I have an outline and just have not finalized them into like a meeting, into like a minutes format to be able for you guys
So
to
then
approve.
we're not
doing
addressing-
June. Everything else, I think, everything else we have, July, August, October, November.
All right, so we have July.
Correct.
All right,
July 16, August 20, October 29, and November 19.
all right. Are there any additions, changes, deletions, scrivener's errors to any of these?
Scrivener's on all of them, Madam Chair.
All right, and have you made those scrivener's errors,
Submitted to
submitted to Mr. Clausen?
Yourself, Madam Chair, and Mr. Beckwith.
All right.
You each have a copy, highlighted and read those scrivener's as
Well,
noted.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Is there any reason we have to do these individually?
I think you can do them in bulk, it'd be fine.
All right, I would welcome a motion on this.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we accept the minutes of July 16th, 2024, August 20th, 2024, October 29th, 2024, and November 19th, 2024, as amended.
All right, I have a motion. Is there a second? Somebody? Come on. Ms. Flannery. All right, discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Do we have any new business?
One, the board got a letter from the Massachusetts Historical Society saying that that the David Lynch Memorial Park in Beverly was accepted by the National Park Service Department of the Interior for listing in the National Register of Historic Places on November 13th, 2024.
That's good news.
So Lynch Park is now in the National Registry of Historic Places.
Oh, wow, wow, very cool. All right. Anything else from anybody? Sarah? So,
Sorry, do we not have a September meeting? I'm just looking at.
We already did it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's why it's not there.
Incredible.
We did it.
Sorry.
That's quite.
Sarah?
I wanted to commend the chair. You managed a lot of public comment. Oh, sorry, I had that. Let it go off. I wanted to commend the chair. You managed a lot of public comment tonight, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of your responses to be able to clarify process for people. I thought that was really helpful. One thing that just stuck in my mind as I was observing tonight was that I find sometimes less dense neighborhoods have inevitably fewer people that come out to want to raise concerns.
Yep.
More dense neighborhoods tend to have more people, as we saw tonight. And I feel like sometimes I find it's natural in the beginning of a meeting that we kind of push people to limit their speaking less because it's the beginning of the meeting. But then also when there's fewer neighbors to comment, like the one person that comes out ends up getting more time. So it's just an observation, like not at all a criticism in any way. I think that it was all managed well. Like I feel like we were able to hear people, and I hope that people, particularly those who named feeling unheard, felt heard. Like I think additionally, Mr. Clausen also was able to respond in ways that I hope made people feel heard, and that's a high value.
Absolutely.
One thing I just am noticing is that it feels like we end up rushing people. So I just wonder if in the next couple of meetings, we might think about the positioning of the agenda as well, because these particular neighbors have waited a very long time.
That's a very, very good point.
Whereas I feel like in the beginning of the meeting, the gentleman who spoke ended up, because he was representing, it was just interesting, he ended up having a lot more time. And so just a sort of thing to notice and wanna.
It's the type of thing that we've kind of discussed, at least the chair and I have, like, do we need to hold a special meeting just for Trask?
I mean, it's
in order to allow for things like that. And it's something that, it's 11 o'clock now. I mean, it's not the latest this board has ever gone, but it's pretty late. And
I will say I felt very uncomfortable rendering decisions. When we were doing Depot 2, I felt sometimes uncomfortable rendering decisions about people's items at 11 and 11:45 at night. That felt unfair. It felt like a discouragement of the public to share their piece. So I totally get it. I just wanted to both commend, but also just note my observance that it's the dynamics that are always at play, but just the desire to be equitable.
I agree, and I appreciate your comments, and I think you bring up a really valid point, which is maybe moving around the order of them so that they
Yeah.
get a shot earlier in the night.
Yeah,
So something we can think
something I'll
about.
think about.
All right, motion to adjourn?
Real quick,
Oh.
one more thing. Council approved the extension for Mr. Beckwith.
For me, George, and,
Yeah, and Sarah, we included you because I never got an answer. You are,
Darlene called me
okay,
and bullied me terribly.
okay, but either way, you're up, so,
We're not letting any of you guys go.
yeah.
Thank you so very much. Wishing you all happy holidays. And we'll see you in the new year. Can we adjourn? So moved. All in favor? Motion passes.
Is there a second there?
Yeah, Sarah seconded.
You know how it gets, like, eventually you get too tired to go to bed? Yeah, I'm like too tired to leave.
Right.
So were you heading into
I'm
Cambridge?
just gonna stay right here.